Yes, oh, my people, my beautiful people. I'm live again. They tried to put me down, but I survive again. I'm back on the street, ready to drive again. Thank you, Jesus Christ, you keep me live again. I'm live again. So anyway, my people, God bless you all, man. And I'm out here on the war part. So today we have something very interesting to talk about. And what we're going to talk about is Mohammed's Hijab dialogue with Jordan Peterson. Don, you, man, you something else, man. The things you talk about, bro. What is going on with you, man? What is wrong with you, man? Boy, oh boy, something is wrong with you, brother. I don't know. You need to chill out for a minute. But anyway, man, I want to say all praises to the triune God, the God who gives us wisdom to decipher things and to make sense of sensible things and to make nonsense of things that are nonsense. And Islam is nothing but pure nonsense. So, what we want to talk about today, man, is the interview with Mohammed Hijab and Jordan Peterson. So Mohammed Hijab and Jordan Peterson have a dialogue. There was another brother, a Christian brother, who was also there, but I noticed he didn't say much. And I kind of see the hint that Mohammed Hijab did not want to talk to that man because that man didn't come there to play around. You know, he is not as passive as Jordan Peterson is. But we're going to show you something about Jordan Peterson that a lot of people don't know. And maybe you know it, you know, but we're just going to show that there's something about him that is totally different. So what we're going to do now, we're just going to go straight into the video. And so let me take this banner off so we can get into the video and we'll talk about it. So the first thing here, the video is, if you notice, I'm going to show you the video and you look at the title of the video. The title of the video is not really, so the title of the video says, it actually say, talking to Muslim about Jesus. Mohammed Hijab and Jonathan is that Paju. So that's what the title of the video says. So we're going to get from the beginning. I don't think we're going to go to the old video today. We may make another part of it tomorrow. But we are going to start the video at this time.
Is there an ultimate purpose of life?
Yeah, sure.
What is it?
What we're doing here.
Which is what?
Hopefully trying to make peace.
Is that enough?
We'll see.
Yeah. Because
it's better than the alternative.
What's the alternative?
Hell.
Do you notice? He asked, he says, what are we doing here? The guy said, trying to make peace. And Mohammed Hijab says to the guy, let me actually go back over that because I don't want to misrepresent him.
Is there an ultimate purpose of life?
Yeah, sure.
What is it?
What we're doing here.
Which is what?
Hopefully trying to make peace.
Is that enough?
We'll see.
So he asked the man, making peace, if that's enough. But what he doesn't understand, who knows what Jordan Peterson is coming from? Because to make peace is actually, if you are talking about the kind of peace that a Christian have in their mind, that's it. That's what you need to do. So if Jordan is talking from a Christian perspective, making peace from a Christian perspective, then that's the ultimate. There is nothing better than that. There is nothing more better than that. And the reason we could look at what the Messiah says. So we look at Matthew 5 verse 9. The Messiah said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." So if Jordan is talking about that kind of peace, then there should be no alternative to that. But if you listen to what Mohammed Hijab asked the man, you will see that there's something Mohammed Hijab believed.
Is there an ultimate purpose of life?
He actually believed that there's something better than peace. But there is nothing better than peace if you're talking about ultimate peace. Because you notice what he says, is there an ultimate purpose in life? If you're talking about ultimate peace from the Prince of Peace, then there is nothing bigger than that. Nothing at all bigger than that. So I wonder where Jordan Peterson is coming from. If he's coming from a Christian perspective, or he's just coming from, I don't know, because it's hard to fathom this guy. But for me, peace, ultimate peace, is the ultimate purpose in life. Ultimate peace is the ultimate purpose in life. And this is why when I notice a lot of our Christian brothers, when they greet you, and our Christian sisters, when they greet you, they say, "Peace of Christ be with you," because that's the ultimate. There is nothing bigger than that. There is nothing bigger than the ultimate peace. So I don't know where he was coming from with that. But anyway, so let's continue the video.
Yeah, sure.
What is it?
What we're doing here,
Which is what?
hopefully trying to make peace.
Is that enough?
We'll see.
Yeah. Because
It's better than the alternative.
what's the alternative?
Hell,
Okay.
which we're toying.
And do you notice Mohammed Hijab is not concerned about that, because Jordan is telling him that peace, the alternative to peace, is hell, which is actually biblical. Literally, it is biblical according to even what I just read right here. Blessed are the peacemaker, for they shall be called the children of God. If you are the children of God and you're peacemaker, you're children of God, then where are you? What's your inheritance? Everlasting life. So the people who are opposite of that, their destination is hell. So it seems like you listen to Jordan, Jordan at the first, what he sounds like to you, like a preacher. Like literally, he's actually teaching the Bible in that right there. I don't know if he's consciously doing it or he's unconsciously doing it, but that's what he's doing. Literally, that's what he's doing. But I don't know if he's consciously doing it. I don't know. Because when you look at what the Messiah say, love your enemies and do good to them and lend to them, expecting nothing in return. That's peace. Then your reward will be great, and you will be sons of the Most High. For he is kind to the ungrateful and to the wicked. Do you see that? So at the end of the day, it seems like Jordan is actually, I don't know where he's coming from, but what he just said is biblical. It's something that you can get from the Bible.
With. I don't mean us.
Yeah.
Well, us too. That's for sure.
I
But things are shaky at the moment on many fronts, and we have this opportunity in front of us, all of us, to have a very abundant world, right, where everyone has enough, and maybe more than enough. And we're shaky about that. We're not sure that that's acceptable, and we're not sure everybody should have it. We're not sure everybody deserves it, and even ourselves.
See, Jordan, he seems like he is like an optimist, like a person who believes that, you know, things should be this way, but it will never be that way. You know, sometimes you got to face the reality. The reality of life is this, what we see right now. Literally, this is the reality of this life. There is no more reality of that life. Don't care what a Muslim, you know, you see the Muslim, they're trying to control and trying to be in control, you know, but ultimately they will never be in total control because God is in control. And God's people is not going to bow to no ideation, you know. If you look, ISIS was about to cut off the head of some Christian, and none of them, they were willing to die. You know, you see that people are strong and willing to die for what they believe in instead of succumb to certain things. You see that in Egypt, where the Coptic Christians are persecuted for so many years. You know, I've been watching videos of 12 years back where they were burning churches, and even now they are burning churches in Egypt, where Mohammed Hijab heritage is from Egypt. And you see where they're burning in churches there, but people are not giving up their religion. Intimidating people to make them give up their religion, but no, people rather to die than give up their religion. You know, that's just life. That's just Christ. That's the love of Christ in people. And what is better than the love of Christ? Nothing.
And we're retreating into our corners in some real sense, and we're not addressing the elephants under the carpet. And you can't do that. Like the things we're discussing contentiously now, you know, they make for rough conversations, but they make for a lot rougher streets if you don't talk them out. And you have to do that in a spirit of ignorance.
So our first special.
So I believe that Jordan believed that, you know, his speech can change things. And I don't know why he believed that you can actually speak to Islam and change Islam. No, you can't. You know, you are kuffar. You are looked at as the Quran call you. If you don't believe in their religion, Surah 98, Surah 98, verse 6 is talking about you. I think it's 98, verse 6. I don't understand. I don't understand what he believed that he can achieve by talking to people like these. That you can't achieve nothing. You know, there's a Muslim at Speaker's Corner. I was watching a video the other day, and they want him to apologize for something he did. And he actually tell them, he said, a Muslim does not apologize to a kuffar. So it's like, you can't change these people. Muhammad is the ultimate person for those people. And you can't override what Muhammad say. I don't know where you think he's going to get with people like Muhammad Hijab. So Surah 98, verse 6. Indeed, they who disbelieve among the people of the scripture and the polytheists will be in the fire of hell, abiding eternally. Those are the worst of creatures. So if you disbelieve in Muhammad and his philosophy, and there is no reason for Peterson to be ignorant of what Islam teach. I don't know why I see him playing this ignorant game. And there is no reason for him to be ignorant. It doesn't take long for a person could just start learning about Islam and learn so much within 6 months. You could learn so much about this religion that you'll be like, wow. So I don't see why he come about playing this ignoramus game, you know, and actually thinking that he can appeal to emotion when he's dealing with somebody like Mohammed Hijab. You cannot appeal to the emotion of this guy. You know, you cannot. If this guy get the leeway and the okay, and if these countries that like Great Britain and some of the country that these Muslims live in, I'm talking about some of these Dawah preachers, if the door is open, they will do the most evil to the citizens of these countries. If the door is open. And that I say that without hesitation, they will do the most evil to the citizens of these countries if they get the chance to. So you can't soften these people, because the only thing that can soften these people is Muhammad, and what Muhammad say is already written. So you cannot soften them. They are not. It's not written for them to be soft.
Guest is Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. He is a clinical psychologist and professor emeritus at the University of Toronto. From 1993 to 1998, he served as an assistant and then associate professor of psychology at Harvard. He spent 15 years writing maps of meaning, the architecture of belief. Dr. Peterson has penned the popular global bestsellers Beyond Order, 12 More Rules for Life, and 12 Rules for Life, An Antidote to Chaos. In 2016, before the publication of 12 Rules, several of Dr. Peterson's online lectures, videos, and interviews went viral, launching him into unprecedented international prominence as a public intellectual and educator. With his
And this is one of the reasons they're after him. And I don't know if he realized that he have power that I don't think he realized the power that he actually have. You know, he have the power of reaching more people than the average person. Look at his subscribers. 5.72 million subscribers. And growing and keep growing and keep growing and keep growing. So this is what they are after. If you look at and his audience is vast. Sorry about that. His audience is not only like most of the Muslims who have a channel with big audience. Their audience is Muslim. Their audience are Muslim. But this guy here, he have Western audience, and this is what their Muslims are after. And another thing that they see with Peterson, you will see if we get to this point in today's video, Mohammed Hijab believes that God Peterson is very weak. He does. Mohammed Hijab believes that he is alpha male. And Jordan Peterson is not alpha male, but because of his intellect, he is valuable to Islam. And this is why he believes that he is this alpha male that can get into the mind of Jordan Peterson. He really do believe that he have the mental ability and is couth to get into this man's mind. He does believe that. The crazy thing about it is this: even though this man is a psychologist, this man is a psychologist, Hijab believe that he have the psyche to get into this man's mind. He does believe that.
Colleagues, Dr. Peterson has produced two online programs to help people understand themselves better and to improve their psychological and practical functioning. He's currently working on an...
Can you imagine that? So if you got somebody like Peterson in your corner who, according to academia, he understands the mind of people and he can reach people that way. he would be of use to Islam. And this is why they are targeting this man. I don't believe, I'm the kind of person, I don't believe no man except the Messiah is useful to me in that way. I don't believe no man can affect my psyche, but the Messiah can affect my psyche. And if you come into me with something and it's not 100% Christ, I'm not taking it from you. I'm not buying that thing. As my father say, I'm not buying that mango with the worm in it. You know, a beautiful mango, but it have worm in it. You know, because I'm not buying that kind of stuff. I said I don't believe that no man is more intellectual than I am when it comes to the way I should live. The only intellectual being above me is God Almighty. You know, God Almighty is the only intellectual being above me. That's how I believe. You know, we can learn from each other, but I don't believe that a man can control. But they believe that God Peterson owns something that is so important to Islam. Is following, and his influence is essential, and this is why they're targeting him. I will show you some videos, you know, of Mohammed Hijab speaking about Jordan Peterson.
Online university dubbed Peterson Academy. Please welcome Dr. Peterson. We also have with us Jonathan Peugeot. He is an artist and he studies Christian symbolism, and he also studies postmodernism, right? God forbid for some, right? So we also have with us our beloved Mohammed Hijab. He is an author, comparative religionist.
Why did he say God forbid for some? Do you notice what he says? He studied postmodernism. And the Muslim, because this guy is a Muslim too, he said God forbid for some. Because what Islam is trying to do is take us back into the Dark Ages. Into the Dark Ages where you can a man can beat his wife and get away with it. And Muhammad say, you shouldn't don't question a man when he beat his wife. No one should question a man beating his wife. So they want to take you back into these dark ages, the dark ages where women cannot rule a country, because Muhammad said any country that have a woman as a ruler will never succeed. All these things I'm saying to you is in the hadith. So this is what Islam want to take you back to. And when he make this claim right here, listen to him here.
Prominence as a public intellectual and educator. With his colleagues, Dr. Peterson has produced two online programs to help people understand themselves better and to improve their psychological and practical functioning. He's currently working on an online university dubbed Peterson Academy. Please welcome Dr. Peterson. We also have with us Jonathan Peugeot. He is an artist and he studies Christian symbolism, and he also studies postmodernism, right? God forbid for some, right?
Do you say God forbid for some? I'm telling you, anytime you listen to these people, man, there's a message coming from them. You say God forbid for some, for who? God forbid for the people who are living in this modern age and believe that a woman should not be beaten, living in this modern age and believe that homosexual should not be you just kill homosexual like that, and living in this modern age who don't believe that you should chop off the hand of a person who steals something, who living in this modern age who don't believe that you should invade countries to promote religion and enslave people for sex and exploitation. That's what is laughing about, because that's what Islam is about. As we go today, everything that we say about Islam can be proven from the horse's mouth.
So we also have with us our beloved Mohammed Hijab. He is an author, comparative religionist, and philosopher of religion. He's the co-founder of our institute, Sapience Institute, and is a researcher and instructor for the organization. He has a BA in politics and a master's degree in history, and he also acquired a second master's degree in Islamic studies from the School of Oriental and African Studies, and he completed a third master's degree in applied theology from the University of Oxford, and now he's studying his PhD on the philosophy of religion, specifically on the contingency argument for God's existence. In addition, Hijab has undergone formal training in Islamic studies with a focus on the Quran, prophetic traditions, and legal reasoning. Hijab has completed Islamic seminary courses and has been given formal permission to relay Islamic knowledge on selected Islamic fields. Mohammed Hijab is one of the very few Muslim public figures who deal comparatively with political, philosophical, and theological issues such as, and has amassed a following on with many subscribers.
Do you notice what he says, such as, but he never tell you what? He never tell you what that such as is. He jump off about the YouTube followers.
YouTube in English and Arabic. So please welcome Mohammed Hijab and of course, Jonathan Peugeot.
So because I'm 100% disagreeable and and not polite at all.
Do you hear that? I am 100% disagreeable, 100%. Can you imagine? And not polite at all. That sounds like Jesus versus Satan. And that's what it sounds like. 100% disagreeable and not polite at all. It's so like Jesus 100% right, 100% good, and then Satan 100% bad. That's what is he talking about? He's 100% disagreeable. Wow.
I want to get the elephant out of the room. I do like to do that. And there's been a recent video that you put up, a message to the Muslims. And before I say this, I do want to speak about the important topics, the theological topics, and all these kind of postmodernism. That will come. But I just wanted to mention this first, because for me, it's just get the elephant out of the room and then we can move on.
Sometimes it's just replaced by a slightly smaller elephant.
And this is Jordan got him right there, because that's true. If the elephant is so big, how can you get the elephant out of the room? But you see, you're gonna see how Peterson know the psychology and how to play the game, because literally what he said backfired because he was trying to replace Mohammed. He was trying to replace Mohammed and the Quran, which means replacing Allah with his idea, his philosophy, his idea of how peace should come about and what Muslims should do. And the way it backfired on him, I'm sure he was surprised that it backfired on him like that, because he have no idea what Islam is. It seems like, why is he so reluctant to study Islam to see what Islam is about? Before you speak on something like Islam, you have to study it. Is he interested in gaining views and gaining popularity over gaining truth? And there's something there that I cannot wrap myself around right now, but it seems like he's trying to straddle the fence, because when he asks him the question, you see how he answered the question.
Well, a smaller elephant is better than nothing.
Yeah.
I was going to say is that, it didn't land well with a lot of the Muslim community.
Yeah.
And I think the reason why is that it was seen as condescending. It was seen as kind of patronizing. What was your intention with this video exactly?
To start a dialogue stupidly and badly. Because that's...
Do you do you hear what he said? To start a dialogue stupidly and badly. I don't know what he know about Islam, and if he base his knowledge of Islam and what Muslims are doing, and not on what the Quran the Quran and the Hadith says. To me, I feel like Mr. Peterson base his belief and what Muslims are doing, and not and not on what and not on what not on what the Quran says, because exact everything that Muslim do, even the attack on what his name, Salman Rushdie, is from the Sunnah. It is from the Sunnah. It is from the Quran. It is from the Sunnah. It is from the Quran. So I don't know what is his idea here. What is he trying to achieve? I really would like to know.
That's how you have to start. You know, we talked already about the idea of tolerance. And I'm actually not here to be tolerant. You know, because tolerance sort of presumes that I know what I'm doing and you guys don't, but I'll put up with you anyways. And see, I don't actually think I know what I'm doing exactly. And so I think, well, you might have something to teach me. And so it's not so much tolerance as, I would say, hopefully something approximating an expression of reasonable humility, which is, well, first of all, we occupy the same space. And as far as I'm concerned, it'd be better if we got along. And
and look at that. We occupy the same space. It's better if we get along. Does Muslim believe in occupying the same space and getting along with you? No. Muslim don't believe in occupying the same space with you and getting along with you. They don't believe in that. And as I'm speaking right here and right now, there is a Muslim in commenting, and we'll see what the Muslim he says. Look how many times he comments. He says, "Stop lying to the 4 people listening." Literally, I have 16 people listening. You're a clown, donkey. And then he says, "Lying, lying, liar, liar, you are a liar." And he continued to rant. Can this Muslim tell me one thing that I lie about? Just to show you how stupid the idea of Islam is. You barking like a dog and calling me a liar. Can you tell me one thing that I lie about? If you can point out one thing that I lie about, I quit this podcast right now. Do you see? So show me something I lie about, you foolish clown. Anyway, so until you can show me something that I lie about, you shut up, boy. Go drink some camel urine with some milk. You need to chill out. Some cold camel urine with some milk. But anyway, so let's get into it. If you notice what Jordan Peterson says, he wants them to get along. He wants people to get along. But can people get along with under Islam? Is there a thing called getting along with Islam? No, there is no such thing as getting along with Islam. Let me show you what we know. The first thing we're going to show you, let's share some information. And there is no getting along with Islam. If a Jew there is no getting along with them at all. So let me show you first information share here, because we're going to share things to make what we are saying verifiable, not that we are just talking, because you cannot get along with a Muslim. In a real ideal Muslim environment, you cannot get along with a Muslim. There is no room for getting along with a Muslim. You're a second-class citizen and you cannot get along with you. Do you see what this says? It was narrated from Abu Abdurrahman al-Juhayni that the Messenger of Allah said, I am writing to the Jews tomorrow. Do not initiate the greeting with them. And if they greet you, then say, see, you're not the one who's supposed to initiate the greeting with them. They should be, because what? You're going to somebody and you're not greeting them. You go to the person. Normally in most civilized society, if you go to meet somebody, you are the one going to greet them. If you come to my home, I shouldn't be the one greeting you before you greet me, because you're coming to my place. If I go to your home, I say, hi, how you doing? You know, because it's not like the Jews inviting him there. He said, I am riding to the Jews tomorrow. And then look at it again. Do not greet the Jews and the Christian before they greet you. And when you meet any one of them on the road, force them to go the narrowest part of it. So do you see? So can there be any peace within a Muslim society? No, there can never be no peace. And if you go to the Quran, it's the same way. If you go to the Quran, it's the same way. Let's go to the Quran and show you it's the same way. It's no different when you go to the Quran. No difference whatsoever when you go to the Quran. Fight those who do not believe in Allah on the last days, nor comply with what Allah and his messenger have forbidden, nor embrace the religion of truth from among those who were given the scripture until they pay the jizya. So these people who were given the scripture are Jews and Christians. Until they pay the jizya tax, until they pay the tax, which is the jizya, willingly submitting, fully humbled. Actually, in some translation, it says willingly and are subdued. That means you are humiliated. Some of them actually say humiliated. So what is Jordan's understanding of Islam? Not only that, Jordan is talking about peace. How can there be peace with Islam? I really would like to know, where is he getting this idea that there can be peace in Islam? What makes him believe this, that there can be peace in Islam? Peace among Islam and other people. I want to know. Hey, God bless everyone out here. Thank you guys for coming out, listening to this Jamaican. So he said, I lie about Uthman. he said, you lie about Uthman. Prove that I lie about Uthman. This is what you need to do. Just prove that I lie about Uthman. He said, why is Kenny Boomer saying that someone was arrested when the police say stabbing never happened? Because Kenny Boomer is a liar like Uthman. Kenny Boomer is one of the biggest liars you could come across. Kenny Boomer is a Muslim and it's a liar. They all are liars. So let's show you something. Because Jordan Peterson is talking about peace. But can there be peace? No, there can never be peace. There will never be any peace. I don't know why he believes that he is capable of making peace. Can never.
Our own revelations, personally and let's say socially, and we don't know how to integrate those revelations, and that's rough, that's hard. And so I'm here to listen, and the message was preposterous in some sense, although not much more so than the message I made to Christians, which I wouldn't say was exactly flattering.
Mm-hmm.
And, I thought it would probably ruffle some feathers, but I thought it might also initiate a dialogue, or at least further it. And that has happened, I mean, certainly there were many people who were irritated at me and thought that I was being condescending, and I wasn't trying to be, because I do have a lot of people who are paying attention to my lectures.
So if you notice what Jordan Peterson is trying to do is what Christians are not trying to do. And no Christian want to do what Jordan Peterson is trying to do. Associate light with darkness. You cannot associate light with darkness. There is no association of light with darkness. Our Messiah called us to love people. So we love the Muslims. I, for one, I'm rough. I give tough love. I'm not a simple, soft guy. I'm not sissified in no way. But the Messiah said to love, and the Christian Bible says, do not be yoked together with unbelievers. For what does righteousness and wickedness have in common? Or what fellowship can light have with darkness? So even though we love them, we are not trying to get to the place where Jordan Peterson is trying to get to. If he's talking about peace, living in peace, where I practice my religion, you practice your religion, and the way things are in the United States, except for when you have Muslim killing people for what they open their mouth and say, like the attack on Boston, bombing and all these stuff. If we are living under the structure that the United States create, it's okay. I am free to practice my religion and free to criticize your religion. You are free to practice your religion and free to criticize my religion. That's ideal. But that's not what Islam wants. Islam doesn't want that. And Mr. Peterson is so naive that he doesn't see that that's not what Islam wants. Islam wants to overthrow what is there and replace it with Sharia law, replace it with Islamic system. That's what Islam is not satisfied the way living the life that they are living in the West, even though many of them came here running from their countries that they come from and come here. They are not satisfied living here among us as equal to us. They want to be above the people that they want to replace. Literally, that's what they do. They want to replace what they see here, even though they're running from something that is more Islamic to come to something that is more secular, a mixture of Christianity and secular life, because you have secular people and then you have Christian people living together, and we live together fairly in peace. But then you have this third party, which is Muslims, Islam, come in, and what they decided to do, let's wipe this out and wipe this out and subdue these. Let's subdue the Christians and wipe out the secular people. Literally, that's what they are saying. Let's wipe out the secular people and subdue the Christians. That's what Islam is for. If you think I'm lying, hold on a minute.
Around the world on the Islamic side, which is quite surprising to me, especially with regard to the attention that's been given to the biblical lectures. And I don't take any of that for granted. And I wasn't trying to either capitalize on it or interfere with it. I was trying to do the next stupid thing that might move things forward a bit. And it's actually worked, I would say. Well, first of all, I am here, and I know that's not a direct consequence of that message, but at least it didn't break it. And there have been many other Muslim groups who've reached out to me in a serious way, at least in part because of that. And so I think we have to understand that we're going to stumble into each other a fair bit if we actually try to talk, because of all the elephants and the snakes that are lurking under the carpet. And
so he's saying that, okay, he started teaching these things on the Bible, which Mr. Peterson, I have no idea about what he's teaching from the Bible. Maybe basics. He doesn't know the Bible. This is not a man who knows the Bible, but he have Bible lectures. And if you are saying that, okay, I'm having Bible lectures, you need to be inviting people who have deep understanding of the Bible to your platform in order to have these Bible lectures. But if you notice that he have more communication with Mohammed Hijab than he have with even Christian preachers. Our Christian apologists. Like he's not aware of what's going on in his world. He's not aware of the two sides. There's a Christian side with a Christian apologist, and there is the side where there are Muslim apologists. But this is twice a dialogue with Muslim apologists without, and I'm sure there are Christian apologists who reach out to him. I'm sure, like, hey, let's dialogue, but maybe you don't see them as interesting as you would see people, certain people, because maybe he's doing it for the view. I don't know. He's doing it for the view, maybe. I have no idea, but he's saying that his message to the Muslim was not like clouting, or he's trying to get more views, or he's trying to capitalize it and the fact that they're watching him. But I don't know. To me, it seems that way, like he was trying to capitalize in his own naive way, in a sense. He believed that his psychology study can affect these people. And what you don't know is that psychology sometimes cannot go cross culture. It doesn't go cross culture. It doesn't affect certain people growing up in certain society. Like in Jamaica, you go and say, oh, I'm a psychiatrist and I want to do this. And a lot of people wouldn't listen to you. They'll be like, man, what do you think he is? Like they want to listen to nothing that you say. Some Jamaicans don't even want to go to the doctor. It's just a reality of it.
I think it's a very good thing to get them out in the open. Yeah. I'm a very agreeable person, really, as it turns out. Yes, I know it's to my detriment, but I
wouldn't have guessed, to be honest, that you're very agreeable.
Yes,
and he knows. Do you hear what he says? I'm a very agreeable person, and then he said I wouldn't have guessed. The only reason that they are coming at him like this and want to dialogue with him, he's powerful. He's reaching so many people. If you look at he have this interview with Mohammed Hijab, and the view is almost 750,000. Almost 750,000 views. But if you go to Mohammed Hijab, you will see Mohammed Hijab maybe have what? Let me go there and show you guys. and tell you guys. You could look it up yourself. You know, Mohammed Hijab. If you go to Mohammed Hijab, you will see like Hijab, Mohammed. And you just hit this. If you look at this, his thing, let me look at his thing. One of his video of 49K and the other one of 84K. Do you see what I'm saying? One of his video, Mohammed Hijab video, of 49K. Let me show it. Let me show it here, because things changes as we go along. So people say, oh, he was lying. He have more view than that. So let's show you. Oh, not that, not that, not that. So if you look at here, what are we seeing? Anybody could see this. Anybody could see this. So one of his video of 49K. 49K. Sorry. Wrong thing, wrong thing. 49K. And the other one of 84K. $84K, $49K. Let me see if he have other video on this, because he may be cutting up the video in pieces, because they do things like that. So here's one. Okay, this one here of 213K. Compare 213K to almost 750,000 K. So you see, and why do you think he might have had so much K in 2 days? Because of the name, Jordan Peterson. And this is why he's cutting it up into pieces to get more view across the board. But this is, the man's name is very powerful. This guy's name is very, very powerful. Very powerful. And so the Muslim says, he said, watch his latest video. A matter of fact, I'm making a video later from his latest video because he lied again. This guy is an idiot, man. A matter of fact, I'm making a video from his latest video because he lied again. You don't realize who you're dealing with. Hutman Ibn Farouk, what a donkey. Watch his latest video. You are brainwashed by this clown. You can be brainwashed by this clown. We don't allow ourselves to be brainwashed by this clown. So watch his latest video. He proven you Islamophobe a liar. No, he's proven himself to be a liar again. You don't see I advertise damage control because he's lying. You don't realize what's going on, man. Stop ranting off your mouth. So here we go. Again, let's get into it.
It's one of my major character flaws, but I don't like conflict at all. But the reason I would say I'm prone to engage in it is because sometimes what's under the carpet needs to be revealed, because it's going to cause a lot of trouble if it just sits there and brews or broods and multiplies. And so it is one of the advantages of disagreeable people, having them.
He said, what under the carpet need to be revealed. In order to know what's under the carpet, you need to search under the carpet. You know, having these kind of dialogue about Islam is not revealing what's under the carpet. And I think he's scared of losing subscribers and don't realize that he wouldn't really lose subscriber. It actually, he would be more popular. If that, I don't know what his game is, but he wouldn't really, even if he lose subscribers from the Muslim population, he would be more popular, because what he said, if you speak the truth about Islam, what you say is, if you go anywhere and ask a person, who is Jordan Peterson? A lot of people don't know. But if you ask a person, who is Christian Prince? A lot of people know that name. Why? A lot of Muslims know that name. But you ask a lot of Muslims, who is Jordan Peterson? If it wasn't for Mohammed Hijab, nobody would know who most Muslims would not know who Jordan Peterson is. But if you ask most Muslims, who is Christian Prince, they know. Who is David Wood, they know who they are. So I don't know what he's trying to gain here, what he's trying to gain. Mohammed Hijab is selling you his religion, and he realized that you're not putting up any resistance. So that's why he keep coming back. If you were putting up a resistance, he wouldn't come back. He wouldn't be coming back. You will see where the Christian brother put up a resistance against Mohammed Hijab, and it seems like Mohammed Hijab shut him down.
Around, because they will haul things up for inspection that everyone else might be loath to confront. The downside is, well, you might do that too often, and that's a hard thing to get right. Mm-hmm. So I'm not here in a spirit of tolerance. I'm here in a spirit of ignorance. Mm-hmm. And I'm hoping, see, the other thing I've been thinking through, and you guys can tell me what you think about this, is it seems that in the situation we're in now, sort of globally speaking, that it would be useful for people of religious faith to note that there are other people of religious faith with whom they have much in common, one of them being religious faith, and that they are also confronting, as people of religious faith, a world that is attempting to, let's say, shake itself free of that. And so it isn't exactly obvious to me that it's a great time for people of religious faith to concentrate on their differences, given that there are perhaps more important elephants to address, let's say, or fish to fry.
Jordan Peterson have a wrong concept of everything, to be real with you, because even though people want to shake themselves from religious, that's their freedom. That's a freedom that of choice that the Almighty create them with. They're created with that freedom to choose to follow or not choose to follow. The Almighty give us freedom on what we want to do, and He give us warning against what we should not do, even though He give us the freedom of choice. Hey, here I put today I put before you life and death. Choose life so that you and your children may live. But you also could choose death, because He's putting both in front of you. But the problem with Islam is this: Islam doesn't allow for this. Islam forced themselves upon you. Islam is a religion that forced themselves upon people. Literally forced themselves upon people. And even though in the Quran it says it's saying the opposite, that there's no compulsion in religion, you will see that the whoever wrote the Quran is a liar. The person who wrote the Quran is a liar. You will see that when you study you will see that there is no compulsion in religion. Is not truthful. It's not a truthful saying. When you look at it, whoever wrote that verse, whoever says that, is a liar. The person who came up with the idea from in the Quran that there is no compulsion in religion is the biggest liar ever. Because it's the same person, according to the Muslims, is the same person who is saying that the same person who is saying that Muhammad is the perfect example to follow. So either you believe in one or you can't believe everything. You can't believe it all, because here it is. The Quran is telling you no compulsion in religion. And then we're going to show you something different, that there is compulsion in religion. According to Islam, Islam is a lie from the pit of hell. From the beginning, Islam is a lie, total lie, and a verifiable lie. You could just see straight up that Islam is nothing but a lie. You tell me no compulsion in religion. Right here, no compulsion in religion. This is Surah 2, verse 256. There shall be no compulsion in acceptance of religion. Look at that. There shall be no compulsion in acceptance of religion. Isn't that a lie? It is a lie. Why? Because Muhammad says, kill those who abandon their religion. So if you leave Islam, you should be killed. That means you're compelling somebody to stay. You're compelling somebody to stay. So you see that Gordon Peterson have no idea what he's dealing with, or either he's playing a game of trying to reform Islam. He's trying to reform Islam, or he have no idea what he's saying. I have no idea what he's saying, or he is trying to reform Islam, trying to create a different Islam. So here it is. Look at this. Compare this to the verse that you see on the screen. If you compare this to the verse that you see on the screen, you see that Islam is a lie. Islam is just a straight up lie that is there to manipulate the people. Muhammad have two mouths. The God of the Quran have two mouths, which I think was Muhammad's mouth. All the mouths were Muhammad's mouth. So you see this. No compulsion in religion, but look at this. It was narrated from Aisha, the mother of the believer, that the messenger of Allah said, it is not permissible to kill a Muslim except in one of three cases: an adulterer who has been married, who is to be stoned, a man who killed a Muslim deliberately, and a man who killed a Muslim deliberately, and a man who leaves Islam and rages war against Allah. But you notice what he says? And rages war against Allah. But no, what is war? What is war? Watch this. You don't have to rage any war against Allah, because raging war is what I'm doing now. Jihad is what I'm doing. So when he say rage is war, English translation says raging war, it doesn't mean that the man is actually have to be fighting, physically fighting. Watch this. Let me show you why I know that is true. Okay, let's see. Look what he says here. It was narrated by Abdullah ibn Masud. The messenger of Allah said, at the end of time, there will appear a people with new teeth, young in age, foolish minds. They will speak the best words ever uttered by mankind, and they will recite the Quran. But it will not go any deeper than their collarbone. They will pass through Islam like an arrow passes through its target. Whoever meet them, let him kill them. For killing them, so if a person go to Islam, you know, like an arrow go through a target, that means the person came into Islam and then walked back right out, he's supposed to be killed. This is what called raging war against Allah. You go through and then you go back out, and you know, and that is raging war against Allah, because you should be killed in that way. This is the nonsense of this religion. Murdering murderers religion, man. Look at this. Ikrimah said, Ali burned some people who retreat from Islam, meaning they leave Islam. When Ibn Abbas was informed of it, he said, if it had been I would not have burned them, for the messenger of Allah said, do not inflict Allah's punishment on anyone, but would have killed them on account of the statement of the messenger of Allah. The apostle said, kill those who change their religion. Do you see that? Kill those who change their religion. So it is not about raging any war, just changing your religion. So you know, you go from Christianity to Islam and you're killed. And let me read you of a case where this happened. I'm going to read a case for you where this happened. When this happened to a Christian man. This actually happened to a Christian man. I don't know why Jordan Peterson believed that he can change this wicked religion. You can't change this wickedness. I don't know why you think he can change it. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. It is kind of slow and this. Okay, here we go. And I will share it with you guys so that you guys know that we're not just reading something without here we go. So let me share it with you guys and we read it from there so you guys could see what was going on. So these things were practice things. It wasn't like, oh, Muhammad just said them, and these people weren't practicing what Muhammad said. They were practicing the evil of Muhammad. Literally were practicing the evil of Muhammad. So here we go. I said, you don't think he's calling me a liar? I think he's calling me a liar. Anyway, let's look. What's this? Okay, no, that's not the first part of it, sorry. Here it is, the first part. But there was an old man among them, a Christian called Al-Rumais B. Mansour, who said, by God, the only error I've made since attaining reason was abandoning my religion, the religion of truth, for yours, the religion of wickedness. No, by God, I will not leave my religion, and I will not accept yours as long as I live. Makril brought him forward and cut off his head. Al-Tabari, volume 17, page 191. So you see that they were practicing the evil that Muhammad, of Muhammad. They were practicing the evil of Muhammad. So all these evil were practicing and still will continue to be practiced, as we will show you guys later, that the Muslims are still thinking about doing the evil, going back into the life, the wicked life of Muhammad. They are still trying to go back to that life. They are not willing to give up on that life that they have.
And so I've been trying to, I'm very ignorant about the Islamic tradition, and I'm trying to rectify that. It's very difficult to step outside your own culture and to really understand someone else's. And so,
do you see that? He said he's ignorant about the Islamic religion, and he tried to rectify that. And what is so difficult in rectifying and reading something and see what these people stand for, and look at the life of these people, the things that these people are doing, and know them by their fruit. If it's written in their literature and you see their behavior is exactly the way their literature is, then you know who they are. It's not difficult to understand. But what he's trying to do, as far as I am concerned, he's trying to make friends on both sides. And you can't do that unless you are the man in the middle. Unless you are the man in the middle, or you say, oh, I'm a Christian, and you, according to his video, talking to the Muslim about Christ. Does this have nothing to do with Christ, what he's talking about now? No. Because Christ don't believe in straddling the fence.
and I'm under no illusions, I hope, about the degree of understanding that I've managed, but I have tried to understand what we might share in common. And that's crucial. And so certainly one of the ideas that we all share in common on the religious front, let's say, is that there is an ultimate unity that should be placed above all else. And so that's
ultimate unity. Of all the things that you see we talking about, have you seen anything about an ultimate unity? No. Have you seen an ultimate unity in the narration of Islam? No, there is no ultimate unity, so I don't know what is this guy talking about. Even in Christianity, there is no ultimate unity in the sense of Christianity doesn't teach you to kill your enemies and murder your enemies and go out there and make war with your enemies and all this stuff. Because Luke 6 verse 35, we already read that, but love your enemies and do good to them and lend to them, expecting nothing in return. Then your reward will be great and you will be sons of the Most High. So you see that Christianity doesn't teach, blessed are the peacemaker, for they shall be called the children of God. Christianity doesn't teach about exploiting and terrorizing your neighbors or your enemy, but Islam teach that. Islam teach that you should exploit and kill and murder your enemies. Islam teach that, and that's the difference between Islam and Christianity. If we go back to Surah 9, verse 29, you see these things. You go to what? Surah 8, verse 12, you see these things. Surah 8, verse 39, you see these things. And the Hadith, numerous places in the Hadith, you see all these things. Surah 5, verse 151, you see all these things. Surah 58, verse 22, you see these things. All these things about treating your enemies without love. No love for your enemies. Hatred even for your parents. Literally, hatred for your parents in 58, verse 22. That's what you will see. So I cannot understand where Mr. Peterson is trying to come from.
Part of the great monotheistic tradition. And I'm going to speak mostly as a psychologist rather than as, say, an advocate of the Christian tradition, because it isn't obvious to me that
Let me kind of push back a little bit on that point, because...
Do you notice that you don't understand, you don't agree with this? Let's hear the pushback.
You're an individual, like, obviously in your news book, you're talking very categorically about precision. And I would say you're an individual that is very precise. You're categorized, like, if I was to say anything, I would say that you're an individual that's scrupulously meticulous in exactitude and, I don't know, meticulousness or whatever, yeah? So you speak and you think about what you're going to say before you say it. That's what you're known for. And in fact, if someone says something which is kind of off the mark a little bit, you pull them up for it, right? And
you know, usually because I don't understand it then.
Yeah, no, for example, like the Kathy Newman interview, like, the assumptions and the questioning that she had when she was questioning herself, you pulled her up on it. And that's why it became so popular. The discussion was so popular. And you're a clinical psychologist. So what I was going to say is this, like, for example, if I were to make a video, right? I say this message to the, to white Canadians or something, yeah?
Yeah.
And I said,
it's hard to talk to them.
And I say, look,
Do you notice what he do? He put it on a racist, because if Muslim have no color. When the message to the Muslim have no color. Do you see that? And do you see how stupid this Mohammed Hijab pretend as if he's intelligent, but he's not. Not because you go to all these schools. I could go to many schools if I want to go to school too. That doesn't make you an intelligent person. Not because you go to all these schools. Because intelligence have a lot to do more with what you learn on the streets than what you learn in school. To be real with you, he's gonna say, what if he's supposed to talk about white Canadian? That's racism. When Jordan say message to Muslim, that's not racism. That's not racism. He sent a message to the Muslims. That's not racism. But when you say white Canadian, that's racism. You already crossing a race barrier there.
Sensitively, why don't you reach out to some Russians, or heaven forbid, reach out to the Black Africans or First Nation people, whatever it may be.
Do you see how different it is? Russian. He start talking about Black African. Muslims are Russian, Black African, Jamaican, every kind of people, Muslims. So he's not targeting like a specific people in a sense. He's talking to a whole bunch of people, not based on their ethnicity.
how do you think the community of white Canadians, let's say for the sake of argument, will react to that kind of message?
Well, if it was you,
Yeah.
well, you're pretty disagreeable, so you'd probably get bit back a lot.
Yeah, but exactly.
I don't, it's hard to say until you do it, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I have reached out to other communities, let's say. I did an interview with a friend of mine who's a Native American carver who lives on the West Coast. And no, I'm not very happy with the narrative that's being promoted in Canada, which is that the European settlement of Canada is best viewed as genocidally colonial. And having said that, my friend, this carver, was in a residential school in Canada, and the residential schools were put forward by the government in an attempt, and other institutions, in an attempt to separate the Indigenous children from their families and then socialize them rapidly according to European norms. And there was some positive motivation for that. And sometimes that helped and worked. But one of the things that did happen was that some schools were, let's say, invaded by people of a pronounced pedophilic and sadistic bent. And my friend ended up in
Sound like Mohammed.
one of those schools. And his life was so dreadful that you can't even hear about it without serious emotional damage. And so I went forward with that discussion, and it was very contentious, but it went very well. And it told a story that was true and needed to be told.
Yeah.
And so, you step into foreign territory at your peril, that's for sure. But, and it was relatively difficult for me to arrange for this to be a possibility.
Yeah, of course.
But my thought, again, because I'm trying to look for what we have to offer each other rather than what divides us, I thought it was worthwhile.
See, the thing about it, he sent a message to Christians, and it didn't, even though we didn't agree with everything he says, nobody was like, it affects the Muslim more than it affects the Christian. Why it affects the Muslim more? Because what Jordan was saying to them is actually, he's putting in, if they were to buy what he's saying to them, to have peaceful discourse and peaceful life with people, then they would have to forsake their God. They would have to forsake Mohammed. They would have to, the message to Muslim is telling them, hey, forget about your God, because your God doesn't work. That's what Jordan Peterson was saying in that message to Muslim, because in order to live in this civilized world, your God would not work. Literally, that's what he was saying to them.
In an economy as volatile as this one, it's important to have control when you're making a big purchase like a new car. That's where Carzing comes into play. Carzing is completely changing the way you buy a car online. An online car shopping website with millions of listed vehicles, Carzing works with over 25,000 dealers nationwide to help you find your dream car. By partnering with credit agencies, lenders, and dealerships, Carzing provides you with everything you need before stepping foot into a dealership. Their mission is to make auto financing quick and easy while providing a modern, hassle-free way of shopping for cars. Their innovative technology and financial tools provide consumers with the ability to instantly pre-qualify online without affecting your credit score. Plus, you can search for vehicles with instant financing details, including down payment, monthly payment, term, and APR. Once you find your dream car,
this is a part of the video,
at your ideal budget, all you have to do is bring your saved deal voucher with you to the dealership to finalize your next ride. Carzing offers transparency to the max. You know your purchasing options before you set foot into the dealership, which makes the whole process so much more convenient. Visit carzing.com/Jordan today to skip the guesswork and find the best deals near you. That's carzing.com/Jordan.
Sorry about that, guy. That's a part of the video. That was not just a regular advertisement. Jordan is making his money.
Push back again once again on this point. So, for example, it's not always what you say. Sometimes it can be what you don't say. So, for instance, I think you've become somewhat of an emblem of Western civilization, right? In terms of you're an intellectual.
Heaven help us.
He said to the man, you become an emblem of Western civilization. And this is why these Muslims are interested in talking to him.
No, you have, and I also push back on the point that this is a foreign culture, because I think that Islam, and you've mentioned this in the lecture as well, that Islam has now become part of, like, Western culture.
Yeah, well, that's the open question, as we noted in the introduction.
Islam has always been a part of Western culture. Always, a long time. Islam didn't just become a part of Western culture. The problem that we have with Islam is Islam trying to impose their Eastern belief on Western culture and trying to dictate Western culture, to shut up Western culture and replace Western culture. That's the problem that you have, that people have, where people cannot live in the tranquility because of Islam. People are not free to say whatever they want to say because of Islam. This is the Western culture that we have. Then Islam want to replace it with a culture of shut your mouth or we kill you. Shut your mouth or we attack you.
Introductory remarks, it's like, well, is Islam part of the West? We're kind of having the same discussion about Russia in some real sense. And that's really going well at the moment.
Yeah, so there's that part. But what I would say is that, if there is a bloody history of Western colonialism, and that's almost undeniable. Like, for example, look at Algeria, for instance. Algeria, when it was annexed by France,
there's no dispute.
There's no dispute in what happened there. So the issue, like, I'm giving you one example of many. The Spanish colonialism of Latin America, for example. There are things that happened, and I'm not saying that's not things that happened on only just.
Do you see what he's doing? Going into the past. We are living in the future. This is where we should be talking about. So you're going into the past and judging the past with the future. And remember when these guys say that he was post-modernism, the other Muslim make this comment. You see what Mohammed Hijab is trying to do? It's like taking us back to where we're coming from. That's what Mohammed Hijab is trying to take us back to where we're coming from.
The Western Front.
Yeah.
There are things that happen on the Muslim front as well, of course.
This is true.
Yeah, no doubt about it, right? No, I'm not going to stand here and, defend the Muwahidun who came and were very intolerant to Jews and Christians and kicked them out of their homes and so on like that, who existed in Spain as well, in fact. So the point is, I feel like, I don't know, as a psychologist, I think my question would be to you, don't you think, is it of any benefit to be concessionary in this regard? Like, to start off a discussion by saying, like, we know that these are things that could cause resentment. Right?
Yes.
Because, like, for example, I know a lot of Algerian people, and this is very clear in their historical memory.
Yes.
And the accusation will be that the West have colonial amnesia here. They are not taking into account what they've done. I'll be honest with you.
Well, they don't even know how. Well, okay. So,
do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean,
see, this is the problem. Mohammed Hijab is trying to talk about things of the past and comparing it to what is happening now. If we could look at Islam from the past, even though it's bad, very, very bad what Muhammad did and what Abu Bakr and all these people did, if we could look at Islam and the past and say that's the past, then that's a different story. But Islam is not of the past. Islam is not of the past at all. Not whatsoever is Islam of the past. Islam is not of the past. Islam is now doing the evil that they do now. Islam is now doing the evil that they do now. And let me show you what we need to take into consideration, man. Let me show you what we need to take into consideration. This is Mohammed Hijab. This is actually a video talking about Mohammed Hijab and his behavior. This is a video talking about Mohammed Hijab and his behavior.
Sunday, as British Jews celebrated the ceasefire in Israel, violent extremists attacked us on the streets. As 2,000 of us rallied for Israel and for peace, including the ambassador, politicians, and community leaders, an angry crowd of Islamists and pro-Palestinian activists began hurling abuse at us. A few Jewish boys who were trying to join the rally took a wrong turn and mistakenly walked into the Islamist protest. As I arrived, it looked like two popular YouTubers, Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawah, were riling up the mob. It was terrifying. The boys had to be rescued by the police as bottles and eggs rained down on them. Mohammed Hijab then threatened a police officer that he'd kill the boy's dog if he saw it again.
However, when those Zionists came in with their dogs, that was an act of provocation. So what we're saying now, and I'm making it very clear so everyone understands, if those dogs come close to us again, we will see it as an act of aggression, and we will kill those dogs. We will put them down.
Hijab and Dawah then led the crowd to Speaker's Corner, and as the mob marched through London streets, screaming, "We'll find some Jews, we want their blood," the police did nothing. Let that sink in. They're calling for our literal blood, and the police are just strolling alongside them.
We'll find some Jews there. We want the Zionists, we want the blood. This is the Nike anti-Jewish edition.
A couple of hours later, we were violently assaulted leaving a kosher restaurant in an anti-Semitic attack. I hate to say.
Yeah, and Mohammed Hijab is a part of that. So do you see that and this is the Western world you're living in, where, you know, I've been living in this neighborhood for such a long time. I haven't seen anything like that, like nothing like that, where one group of people target another group of people because of their color and because of their race and their origin. And the problem is there's something going on in Palestine with Israel versus the Palestinian. Yeah, there's something going on there. But what does the regular Jews living in the United States or the one living in the UK have to do with that? They're not living there, you know. And even in Israel, what does the regular people who are not involved in that kind of conflict, what do they have to do with that? And for you to be marching down with people talking, where are the Jews? We need their blood.
Say this, but I'm not sure there's a future for Jews in this country. We're being attacked on the streets by extremists, and the police do nothing.
The difference between us and them is that for them, they think life begins. For us, we believe that death begins. We believe that life begins at death. We don't care about death. We love death. And if you think that our people in Palestine...
And a man like this, can he live at peace in this modern world with us? No. So his idea, you could see that definitely from his speech, that his idea is what is here need to be replaced. What is here need to be replaced. His behavior shows that he believes what is in the West need to be replaced. That's, you know, that's just what you see from this guy's behavior. That whatever is in the West need to be replaced. Whatever he sees in the West need to be replaced. He's not trying to live with what he sees here. Something superior is in his head. He has something superior in his head, and you can't look at this guy as a simple guy, because this guy is not simple at all. This guy don't believe in nothing you're saying. His goal is to get you into his world, his fanatic world. He doesn't have any desire to listen to you about what you are selling to him. His desire is to get into your world. Want you to get into his world.
I mean, look, here's how I would address that psychologically. In many of the mythological stories that I've read, there is the motif of the evil uncle. And so, for example, in the ancient Egyptian cosmology, there were four deities, four central deities, although a host of associated deities. And one of them was Osiris, who was the deity of the state. That might be a good way of thinking about it. And he had an evil brother, Seth, who was always conspiring in the background to overthrow the state and to establish his own rules, say, based on power. And the Egyptians, this is thousands of years ago, had figured out by that point, because their society was quite large, that there was something in the social structure itself that posed a threat to the structure, and that was the tendency for the structure and its leaders to become willfully blind, and for conspiratorial powers or patterns that would use resentment and the desire for power to overthrow that. And they thought of Osiris as willfully blind and Seth as an eternal danger, and that's true. And then, but there's another element to the evil uncle too, which is that in some real sense, and it's a very difficult thing to sort through morally, all of us walk on blood-soaked ground, because human history is, in some regards, a nightmarish catastrophe. And some of that's just because life was so difficult, but it's also because people did in unbelievably cruel and malicious and deceptive, committed unbelievably cruel and atrocious and deceptive acts. And so we're all stuck with this problem that here we are in relative peace and harmony so far, although we seem to be doing everything we can to try to disrupt that at the moment. And part of the price that's being paid for that is an endless litany of historical catastrophe. And then we all have to face up to, well, what does that mean for us in terms of our individual responsibility? And how do we construe ourselves and our society in light of that fact? And we could go back and forth continually about whose historical atrocities were worse.
Yes.
And that's a rough contest, because, you know,
And that's what Mohammed Hijab do. Who is worse? Who is the one who create the most this, and who colonialism and this and that and that. You know, he's not. If you look at it, Islam, when he sell Islam, he don't even sell Islam as a religion. He sell Islam as as a political movement. That's what he does. Because why are you comparing colonialism with Islam? Why? When colonialism is not a religious movement. Do you see that the last time he compared his religion with the drugs cartel in Colombia, and now you see him here sitting here comparing Islam with colonialism? Why? Why is it that you're comparing and which one is better? This one is this, and which one is better? He says the West seems to be blind to something like that, blind to colonialism, as if people in the West need to live in the past. You know, the things that we happen to any one of us in the past, we have to move on from that, even though we can't forget about it, but we got to move on from that in order to become greater people. You know, Black people in the West, which I am a part of, we have to move on. When I say move on, not that our memory is going to move on, because it will not, because we are people and we remember things. But we have to move on in order to survive and to reach our highest potential. If we don't move on, we will never get anywhere. If Black people don't move on, we will never get anywhere. Even the Indian people, the original people of the Americas, they have to move on too. They have to move on and deal with what is affecting us right now in our life. That's what you know. The things of our past, the slavery and all this stuff, we have it in our mind because we are not robots, and we can get rid of it like boop, get rid of it. It's in our mind, and our children need to know about these things. But how do they need to know about it? To encourage hatred? No. To see where we're coming from, and so that we know where we're going. Bob Marley says, in this great future, you can't forget your past. But at the same time, Bob Marley believing that all mankind should live together in love. That's what he believed. He believed that all of us, black, white, Chinese, he actually have an interview where he says, black, white, Chinese, all. He says, they asked him, what is your ambition? He said, at first he said, I don't have an ambition. He said, my ambition, which means he doesn't have an ambition like other people have an ambition, because he corrected it by saying, my ambition is to see all people united, all colors come together. That's his ambition. You know, we got to let go of the past in a lot of ways. In order to hold on to this future, we have to let go of the past. Or hold on to this moment, we have to let go of the past. When I say let go, I don't say forget, but let go. We can't hold it and let it be the thing that drive our art. You know, that's when hatred and racism come in. This guy is a guy with foster racism.
Devil is definitely in the details there. And then it also brings up the other problem, which is, well, when the Spaniards went to Central America, a lot of the bloodshed they produced, or the death they produced, was actually a consequence of the introduction of disease, because that took out about 95% of the native population in the Western Hemisphere. And then the conquistadors were, well, maybe they weren't the finest representatives of the highest flowering of Western civilization. We don't know to what degree they were the sort of thugs that couldn't get along at home and went out adventuring. And
so they were the kind of thugs that could not get along at home. They were the kind of thugs that couldn't get along at home. And what did Mohammed Hijab say? What did Mohammed Hijab say? This is the speech of Mohammed Hijab. Let me show you what Mohammed Hijab says. Jordan Peterson says they were the kind of thugs that could not get along at home. And what did Mohammed Hijab say?
You don't think we have gangsters? We have Muslim gangsters as well. And when you go ahead and attack the sacred symbols of Islam, although our approach is not to do so, we can't stop the gangsters from dealing with you or anyone else.
A thug is a gangster. So when the Spanish came to the Western Hemisphere, a lot of the people that they took with them were prisoners and thugs, and that was reality. Yes, they took prisoners and thugs with them on the ships to come here. And so you see the behavior of the people towards the people that they came and meet was very hostile and very evil. And that's what Jordan is saying. And you see, this is the kind of behavior that you see with the Muslims. And Mohammed Hijab is here admitting that this is so.
We can't stop the Muslim gangsters from dealing with you or anyone else. Just like if you go to Colombia and you speak about particular cartel in a specific manner, go to their area and be a man and speak about them.
So you see, first he compare his religion with colonialism, and then you hear him now comparing his religion again with drugs cartel in Colombia. So do you see? I don't know what person in their right mind what person in their right mind believe that colonialism was right, even though it happened and that's something that happened? But who would believe that this is something that is right? And why are you comparing your religion with colonialism? And then again, drugs cartel in Colombia. Who in their right mind would believe that that's a right thing for you to be comparing people in your religion to equal to people in drugs cartel? You know, this bright, this guy is not very, very bright. You know, his mind doesn't think collectively. You know, something is going on with him. Deficient behavior, a very deficient behavior. You know, but I don't see what Jordan Peterson is trying to achieve talking to this clown.
And then, and even if I say attempted to take full responsibility for that, I'm not sure what it would mean, because I suspect I have a lot more in common with you people in the modern.
Do you see that? Why would say you know, let me use this term. Why would a white person take responsibility for what happened to my ancestors in slavery? Why? He or she didn't enslave my ancestor, and he don't even owe me no apology. The only thing that I believe should happen is that history should never be stifled. Nobody should cover up history. Nobody should cover up history, and history should not be hidden. That's the only obligation we all have. I, as a black person, have that obligation not to cover up history, and the white person have the same obligation not to cover up history. And we are obligated to each other to treat each other in a fair manner. You know, that's what it is. I'm obligated to treat the person on the street in a way that is humane. And that person on the street, whatever your color is, we are obligated to each other to treat ourselves in a humane way. And we should be able to have our differences and live in the same society, and to the point where, even though we have our differences, if you are in need, and if I am in service, if I am in a way employed to offer service to you, I offer service to you at the best of my ability. That is the way we should be living. But the Islamic way, it is not so. In the Islamic way, it is not so. Anybody tell you that it is so, they are lying to you.
World than I do with Spanish conquistadors from 300 years ago. Now, I'm not saying I bear no responsibility for the bloodshed of the past, but I would say we all bear that responsibility, and that's something, I would say that's something like the conception of original sin.
Yeah, and that's the point of
what responsibility does a white man bear for the slavery? What? A white person living in the 21st century right now with me, what responsibility do they bear for what happened to my ancestors? Nothing whatsoever. They could say that to their children, hey, what happened to the blacks were not right and all that stuff, but they don't have to say that to me. They don't have to say that to me. The only obligation that we have to each other living in a community is to live at peace with each other and to support each other as much as we can. That's the obligation that we have. To look out for each other, the safety and the security of each other. That's what the obligation that we have as human beings growing up, a sensible human being growing up in a society. The only obligation we have is to look out for the welfare of each other. Welfare of each other. The Muslim man living down the street, make sure that he's safe. If there's something you see that threatens his well-being, you make sure that whatever you can do to make sure that he's safe, he's safe. Just the same way with the atheists or whoever, the homosexual living next door. The same way, make sure that he or she is safe. It's our obligation to make sure that they are safe in whatever way we can make sure that these people are safe. But what apology does a white person owe me for slavery? None whatsoever. We are all in the same boat. I and my white neighbor is in the same boat. We are in the same boat. I and my white neighbor are in the same boat. Sorry, I said are in the same boat. Why? Because she got up and she go to her 9 to 5. And you could see her rushing home and she's tired. And you could look at her eyes sometime and tell that she's tired, because we greet each other because this is how we live. And you could, when you're greeting somebody, I'm not a Muslim to look to the side when I'm greeting you. No, I'm looking in your face because it's genuine that way. And you can look in her eyes and see that she's tired. She got up early before I got up, and she ran off to work. And now when I'm going to work, that's when she's coming back from work. And she's tired. So you greet her, friendly greet her, you know. Sometimes we can't even stop to say, "Oh, what's your day?" because I'm rushing in and I'm rushing out and she's rushing in. But for security, if I see anything that's threaten her well-being, it is my job to make sure that threat is gone. If I can, because there's some threat that you cannot stop. Some threat that is beyond your capability, you know, you could just offer advice in those cases. But that's our job. That's our job. That's our job. Our job is not to come out here and be like, you know, me, I would probably not be an apologist if it wasn't for these Muslims lying out here, or these lies that these Muslims are telling. I don't know. Is it when you meet upon these lies and these hypocrisy, that's when you speak out against stuff. And I tell anybody, speak out against lies and racism. Everybody is obligated. You have an obligation to speak out against lies and racism. Racism and lie, anything that put people's life at risk and harm. Because a lie can destroy a person and racism can destroy a person. So anything like that, anything similar to lies and racism, you need to speak out against it. And you need to speak out against anything that threatens another person's life. Abortion, all these things, you speak out against these things. Yes. But what obligation does a white person owe me as a black man whose ancestor was in slavery? No, we are on the same hustle, 9 to 5 or 7 to 7. You know, we are on the same hustle. We are trying to make bread for our families and a better life for ourselves. We are on the same grind. You know, the white man have his same grind that I have. He don't owe me no apology. You know, I could see if we're walking down the street and we bump into each other, we could say, "Hey, sorry, man, sorry. You know, you all right?" And we go our way. But he don't owe me no apology. For what? Why does he owe me an apology? I'm not living in the past. I'm not living in the past. His ancestor owe my ancestor apology. And maybe one day they will offer apology. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe one day they will meet each other and are able to offer an apology. I don't know about that, but they don't owe me no apology.
Difference. To be honest, I would disagree with that point. Like, as a Muslim, there is a verse in the Quran that says, وَلَا تَزِرُ وَازِرَةٌ وِزْرَ أُخْرَى, that one soul should not bear the responsibility of someone else's actions.
Yeah, well,
And that's all a lie. That is, even that verse in the Quran is just a lying. That's a total lie. It was so crazy. It was so crazy in Muhammad's world. It's so crazy that Muhammad used to kill lizard for Muhammad used to murder lizards, just kill lizards for what he claimed other lizards do. Muhammad used to kill the lizards for what he claimed and not one lizard do. But one lizard do something and Muhammad would murder the rest of the lizard. Would murder the rest of the lizard. So let's show you even, you know, Muhammad concept of life. These Muslims make up, you know, because they don't realize that their God speak with two mouths. They don't realize that. So when they quote something to you, they make it look like, oh, it sounds so good. Oh, wow. Did he really say that? Did he say that? Watch this. It was narrated from Sharik that the Prophet told her to kill house lizards. And why? You think that, oh, kill the house lizards because they're pests and they are in your house? Watch this. Let's show you why. Let's show you why. Let's show you. Let me show you. Muhammad used to murder lizards, man. Muhammad was the kind of guy that would punish a lizard for what its ancestors do. Oh, man. And you know, Muhammad believed that the Jews were lizards, were transformed into lizards. So maybe that's why he was killing the lizards. I don't know. Let me see if I could find it. Let me see if I go there on Abraham. The people don't believe, you know, you can't believe everything that these people be reading in the Quran. Can't believe everything you read. You cannot believe everything you read about things that one soul shall not suffer for the other soul. That's totally a lie. Muhammad is not telling, wasn't telling the truth there. There's a Quran verse that says they will bear their sins and also the sins of others. So the Quran verse, let me see, Abraham in the fire. Even lizard Muhammad used to punish for the sins of here it is, right here. You see that? Oh, he was a salamander. Narrated Sharik. Allah's apostle ordered that the salamander should be killed and said, i.e., the salamander blow fire on Abraham. Wow. Here it is again. Sharik told that God's messenger ordered geckos, the lizard, the form of lizard, salamander, to be killed, saying, the gecko blew on Abraham. Surah 21 verse 68 speaks of Abraham being put in the fire. In this tradition, it is said that the gecko blew on the fire to stir it up. So kill the gecko for what their family did. And from the Quran itself, from the Quran. Let me show you from the Quran itself. From the Quran itself, that there are people who will bear their own sin and the sins of others. People who will bear their own sins and the sins of others. Crazy, crazy. Here we go. Surah 16, verse 25. So if you go to Surah 16, verse 25, what you see there? Mohammed Hijab say, no one will bear the sins of other people, but the Quran is a lying book. Right here, what you see. So they say so that they might bear the full weight. This is actually addition to the Quran, because they know something ain't right. Something ain't right there. So they say so. Let them bear their burdens in full on the day of judgment, as well as some of the burden of those they misled without knowledge. So they're bearing their burden and other people's burden. He said, no one can bear the burden of another person. That's not true. That is not true. According to Islam, you see it right here. Let them bear their burden in full on the day of judgment, as well as some of the burdens of those they mislead without knowledge. So they're not bearing the burden of misleading these people. They're actually bearing the burden of the people who are misled. Is that the only place we can find this kind of stuff? No, no, no. Not according to the Quran. So Mohammed Hijab possibly don't know his Quran very well. No one can bear the burden of another person. That is not so. That's a lie. Let's look. What do we have here? Is it 12? Okay. I don't like these towards understanding nothing. So what we have here now, The disbelievers say to the believers, just follow our way, and we will bear the burden for your sins. Just follow our way, and we will bear the burden of your sins. But they will never want to bear any of the believers' burden, believers' sins. They are simply lying. Yet they will certainly be made to carry their own burden as well as the burdens along with their own. So you see, you bear your own burden along with other burden than your own. And what about the Christians? What did Mohammed say about the Christians? Let's look. Let's look at what Mohammed said about this. What Mohammed says about the Christians. Let's show you. There will come people amongst the Muslims on the day of resurrection, with as heavy sins as mountain, and Allah will forgive them, and He will place in their stead the Jews and the Christians. So He will forgive people with sins heavy like mountain, and place in their stead the Jew and the Christian. And actually, there is an hadith that I cannot find that says Allah will offload their sins. That Allah will offload their sins. That Allah will offload their sins onto the Jews and the Christians. So Allah will take their sins and put it on the Jews and the Christians. Let me see if I can find it and read it for you guys. Allah will offload the sins from them, man. So let me see here. Okay, let's see. So this one is actually, it's Hadith 110 Hadith Qudsi. And this is what it says here. Narrated Abu Musa, Allah's messenger said, on the day of resurrection, my ummah, nation, will be gathered in three groups. One sort will enter paradise without rendering an account of their deeds. Another sort will be reckoned an easy account and admitted into paradise. Yet another sort will come bearing on their backs heaps of sin like great mountains. Allah will ask the angel. So Allah will ask the angel, though He knows best about them, who are these people? They will reply, they are humble slaves of yours. Which is very, very stupid, because if they were humble slaves, why they have so many sins on them? He will say, upload the sins from them and put the same over the Jews and the Christians. Let me see if I can find it here, man, because I want you guys to see. Let me see. Maybe I can, I don't know. No, it's not there. It is not there. I don't know why it's not there. Okay, Islam Q&A. Let me find it, show you here. Just that we're not telling any lie. We are not here to tell no lie. We are not here to tell no lie. Because we are a kind of different kind of guys. And we never tell no lie. Is that here to tell no lie? We are not here to tell no lie. We are not Uthman Ibn Farouk, and we are not here to tell no lie. We are not here to tell no lie. So here we go. Sometimes it's difficult to find some of these hadith. So this is the meaning of the hadith, which says that the sins of the Muslim will be placed on the kuffar of the people of the book. Do you see that, my people? And this is Islam question and answer, Islam Q&A. So here we go. No, see what he said, 10 hadith Qudsi. Just like I read it from 10 hadith Qudsi. In a book entitled 10 Hadith Qudsi, translated by Said Masood ul Assam. That's where he found it. It was narrated Abu Musa. Allah Messenger said, on the day of resurrection, my Ummah nation will be gathered in 3 groups. So you see, just like I read it. And what he says, they will reply, they are your humble slaves. They are humble slaves of yours. And he will say, upload the sins and put the same over the Jews and the Christians. Look at this. This hadith is sound and mentioned in Mustadrak of Hakim. Do you see that? Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see? Mohammed Hijab don't know his own religion. Not only that, people, let's continue. Here is something that he's going to say that I want to go over. I think this video, I won't be able to go into the stupid Quran verses, even though we have looked at some of them already. But there's some verses that I wanted to tackle. So anyway, let's look at this video again. So what we see here.
Complication. It's can you call me out in relationship to the atrocity of the past?
Of course not. No,
but it's complicated, right? Because because at the same time,
but that's what Mohammed Hijab wanted to do. He wanted to be really wanted. He said the West. Didn't he say the West is blind when it comes to certain things, or some other phrase he uses some other way?
You do say, and I don't mean you personally, but you know, we can say things like, well, the West is not bearing sufficient responsibility for its colonial past.
And he did say that. He did say that. In other words, he did say that. But the only thing that I see that, so the Western countries, like my neighbor owe me nothing, but I believe the government of some of these Western countries, especially France. France owes so much to the African nation for exploiting so much of the African nation. It's ridiculous how France is depraving African nations. It's totally ridiculous. If anybody do their research and see what France is doing even today in Togo and other places, and see what France is doing, it's crazy. Maybe say Togo, in Burkina Faso, and even in Cameroon. The things that France is doing in those places is crazy. And we see even recently, France even was taking from the poorest, our poorest neighbor, which is Haiti. France was still taking money from Haiti. So those things I could see helping with the economy of some of these countries, But sometimes the help some of these countries get cannot be shown because their government is so corrupt. It's not like they're not getting help. They get help, but it won't be shown because some of these governments are so corrupt toward their own people. For example, Nigeria is one of the country that should need anything from anyone. Nigeria should be able to manage their own affair, but Nigeria cannot because what? The government of Nigeria is too corrupt. Too corrupt. The government of Nigeria is too corrupt. You know, a lot of these, the government of Cameroon is too corrupt. And this is why a lot of these nations, government of Jamaica is too corrupt. For real. Is it a black thing? It may be. Who knows? I'm a black man, so I could say that.
And so at some level, that kind of devolves down to the individual. It's
So
like,
let
well,
me kind of rephrase it then. I think that's more of a left-wing criticism. It's like, there's reparations and affirmative action programs. Also.
Yeah.
I'm not advocating any of that, and nor do I even believe in any of that, to be honest with you.
Oh, you know why you don't believe in that? Because Islam would hold reparation too. He said he don't believe in these things, this system of paying back some of what was taken and all this stuff. He don't believe in this stuff because Islam would owe. Mohammed have black slaves. Muslims have black slaves. And Muslims are now, even today, Muslims are considering enslaving people. Even right now, in the mind of some of these Muslims, he said to put the link so a Muslim could connect live. You want to come on live? Okay, here we go. If you want to come on, I'm not scared of you, so you could come on, man. Okay, let's see what you bring. Here it is. Here's the link. Here's the link. Are you ready to sink? Anyway, so look at this right now. I'm going to show you guys a video where Muslims are still considering to do evil and enslave people. Muslim, do you hear my belly? It's my belly. If you hear anything, it's my belly. I don't care about that right now. Don't worry about that. All right. So even now, Muslims are planning to enslave people. Watch this video right here. Let me show you this video right here. Let me show you what you do not know. I know many Christian knows, but many other Muslims, they don't try to know. And even if they know, they act like they don't know. Here we go.
Jihad technically is divided into two types. In Arabic, they call Jihadul Dafa', and the second is Jihadul Talab. Jihadul Dafa' is what everyone agrees upon, which is the jihad based on defense. So when someone attacks you, you dafa'. Dafa', you find it in the doors, idfa', meaning push. So someone attacks your country, attacks your family, what do? It's legitimate. Even the kuffar say you can do it. That is to defend yourself. This was found at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, and it's found until today. The other type of jihad is the one that everyone trying to hide. And it's called Jihadul Talab. And this means that the jihad of pursuing, running after. And this jihad was at the time of the Prophet ﷺ. But this jihad cannot be accomplished, cannot take place unless the state of the Muslims is strong. If you don't have a strong Muslim country, who can they pursue or attack? No. Stay where you are. Just try to fix yourself, enrich your people with Islamic knowledge and Iman, then you can go. And what is the reason behind such jihad? Number one, to call them to Islam. It is for da'wah. The jihad is only for da'wah.
Do you hear that? The jihad is only for da'wah. So invade a country for da'wah. And watch what happened now.
That is why when Muslims go and conquer the adjacent country, what do? We kill them all? No. The Prophet says, the first thing you do is call them to Islam. If they accept it, leave them. Khalas, they're Muslims. We go.
What we do, we kill them all. So in order to spread jihad, go to an adjacent country and capture the country, conquer the country. And do we kill them all? No. And this is okay for a man living in the 21st century to say. This is what these Muslims are hiding from us, Mohammed, Hijab, and all these people. And how can this be achieved? How can this kind of thing to be achieved is to get prevalent people in society to become Muslims. So if you could get a person like Donald Trump to become a Muslim, if you could get a person like Joe Biden, you know, any one of those these big names and all these people to become Muslims, then guess what? You would have a Muslim government in a sense, you know, where anytime they get to the point where you can have a Muslim government, then this is a problem. There's a woman here called Ilana Humar, or whatever, Humar. If you notice, that woman's mouth is into every single thing and stuff in stupidity. And can you imagine if she was the vice president of the United States or anywhere up into that top-notch places, how much of a stupidity she would have done? Do you see? Because what they are trying to do is to affect the mind. If you can get the thinkers, the people who think and can draw the crowd behind them to become Muslim, then guess what? They believe that more people will follow suit and become Muslim. They want to conquer our world. They want to change our world, but it's hard for them to change our world. But in England and places like England allowed them to get away with doing things that they could have never done in the United States. And this is why they take the chances. They take the chances in Europe that they could not take these chances here and get away with it. Like egging those Jewish boys on the street in England that they throw eggs on and all this stuff. They could not do it here. Some of them would be arrested. Some of them would be arrested, and possibly Mohammed Hijab would be arrested. So this is what they want.
We don't want your country. We don't want your land. We don't want your wealth. If they refuse.
So you don't want their country. Yes, you do. Because it's become a Muslim country now.
Then tell them Allah obliged upon you to pay taxation, jizya. Stay kafir as you wish, no problem. But you have to give us a percentage. And this percentage.
And he lied to you. He said you can kafir as you wish. No, you can't. They disrupt your life. Look how he's gonna go back and change what he says. He said kafir as you wish. But he's gonna go back with his next another mouth and change. Listen.
Once or twice a year, depending on the rules, and it's less or equivalent to zakat, your own zakat. And by the way, jizya is not taken from women. You didn't know this, did you? So I'm teaching you new things, mashallah.
And jizya is not taken from women. What a lying donkey. Jizya is not taken from women, but you take it from the family. If a man and a woman live in the same house and you take it from the man, you're taking from his family, you're taking from him. And do you think that if a man and a woman live in a house and the woman is making more than the man, that these clowns would not take jizya from the woman too? That's a lie. That's a totally lie. A matter of fact, when they invade, when the Muslim invade Egypt, which Mohammed Hijab is from, the Muslim wasn't even too much care about conversion of the people. They were more interested in the money, the getting the money from these people, exploiting the people to make money. That's what they were more interested in. And this is why you still have a Christian population in Egypt and not a big population of Christian in other Muslim country in that region, but you have a big population of Christian in Egypt. The reason is the Muslim there weren't practicing trying to convert all the Muslims, all the Christians to Islam. They were trying to rob the people. They were more interested in making money from the people because there were a lot of rich people, rich Christians living there.
Scholar is a very big scholar. Anyhow, jizya is not taken from women. It's not taken from children. It's taken only from men who work and can produce. So
what about countries today where, because he's talking about going and conquering country. Even today he's talking about that if it was possible and they are strong enough, they would go and conquer countries today. And he's talking about taking jizya from men who work. What about the women who work? I know men whose wife make way more money than they make.
Take jizya, and in return, when enemy comes and attack your country, you don't fight. We Muslims protect you.
And do you see how stupid he is? When enemies come and attack your country, you don't fight. We Muslims protect you. The country don't belong to the person who you take over no more. The country become a Muslim country under the Muslim caliphate and the Muslim rulership. So, you say, when someone come to attack your country, we don't you don't fight, we fight for you. When the country no longer belong to the people, because what? You conquer the country. Didn't he say the Muslim go to the adjacent country and conquer the country? So how now the country belong to the people? If you conquer the United States, the country no longer belong to the US, the citizens of the USA. It belong to whoever conquered the United States. Do you see how donkey-ish these clowns are?
Subhanallah, for this little money? Yes. And you enjoy sitting in your homes and in your country and live your life normally. But the ruling is for Sharia.
Notice what he said now. Do you see the two mouths that this clown have? He said you could kufar as you want and you live your normal life, but the ruling is for Sharia. How can you live normal, quote unquote normal, under Sharia? These guys are two-mouthed devils. Two-mouthed devils. But I bet Mohammed Hijab would never tell. I bet Mohammed Hijab would never tell the. I bet Mohammed Hijab would never tell Jordan Peterson this. He would never mention this to Jordan Peterson because what? He would never get him to convert to the stupidity that he wants him to convert to. Would never get him. And listen to what this guy gonna say. I just want you guys to listen to this last part of what this guy say right here for the people who have never heard this.
So you do not open nightclubs, you do not fornicate in the streets, you do not, no, Sharia rules, but you live your life, you marry, you have children, you enjoy your life, but publicly, it's...
And that's a lie. Under Sharia law, you become second-class citizen, you can't build a church, You can't build a church publicly. You have to keep church in your home in a lot of places. Under Sharia law. The real Sharia, you can't build a church. You can't witness to people. You can't invite people to your religion. So you become second-class citizens. They could invite your son and your daughter to their religion, but you can't invite. No. Do you see how you live in normal life?
Islam rules. If they refuse, then
if they refuse, you kill them. You invade somebody's country and say, "Hey, this is what we're gonna do," and if they refuse, you kill them.
We have to fight, and if we fight you, then we capture you. You become our slaves, and we take you.
Oh, if we fight you, we capture you, and you become our slaves.
And if we fight you, then we capture you. You become our slaves, and we take your land, and you take because you refuse. I give you two good options. This is the strength of Islam. But nowadays, forget this. Maybe in the coming 40, 50 years, when the Muslims become strong as they're supposed to be, and they are focused and Islamically oriented.
Do you hear what he says? Wow. Does Mr. Peterson does Mr. Peterson know about this kind of Islam? Sitting there playing around with this idiot Mohammed Hijab, maybe maybe for viewing. I think he's looking for some views, just like a regular person. I don't know. Why is he playing around with Mohammed Hijab? This is the Muslim idea. Mohammed Hijab is not going to bite what you're saying.
Nor me.
Yeah, so what I was putting as an alternative to that is this: there is this kind of, I would call this maybe an Orientalist, a new Orientalist narrative, which states that Islam is incapable of X, Y, Z. Call it tolerance, call it whatever it is. And look at what's happened in Islamic history. You've got all of these deaths and you've got all of these kinds of things that are happening comparative to what we have in the West. And what we're saying is that let's look at what you have in the West, because liberalism was an ideology that was started in the 17th century. Really it was crystallized, with John Locke and all these kind of things then. And after liberalism was established, and in fact, the Constitution and the documents of the Founding Fathers and stuff like that were based on the liberal secular principles. Even after that, you had Napoleonic Wars. Even after that, you had colonialism continue. You had slavery continue until 1867, whatever it was, the American Civil War ended. So what we're saying is that this picture of history.
Hey, do you see how stupid he is, though? Just want to show you guys how stupid he is. He's talking about, he's still comparing his religion with a secularist government, Napoleon, all these people. Comparing his religion, even you hear mention World War. That means he's comparing his religion to Adolf Hitler, all these. That's what he's comparing his religion to. We are talking about religion. We are talking about religion. Islam is a religion. It's not what it's supposed to be. And then you will
joined forces with the Daily Wire.
History that
you will see what he says, like, okay, World War, how many people die in World War this and how many people die in World War that and all this stuff. Going to the past. Look at the past, man. Why are you going to the past? Let's look at the future now and see which religion is killing the most people. Why are you going to the past? Let's look now and see who is killing the most people in the name of religion. What is going on in the world now in the name of your religion? Why are you going to the past? In the past, when people are trying to establish themselves, yes, we have all kind of things going on in the past. Of course we have all kind of things going on in the past. Islam could not do what some of these fronts do, because Islam was not as big as some of these fronts. They weren't established as these fronts because Islam was always divided. Islam was always divided. Muslim fighting against Muslims. You know, that's what you find.
The West is best, basically. This idea, because our ideology can fix all problems, it's not reasonable when you look at the historical records. I mean, one of
historical record. So this idiot go all the way back to World War One and World War II and all this stuff. And what is he attributing that to? Is he attributing, you know, he's selling his religion as a political force. He's not selling his religion as a religion itself. As a religion itself. You know, in this life, we have all kind of trials and crosses in this life. All kind of things happen to us in this life. But is it does it have to do with our religion? The things that we're facing now, does it have to do, is there anything to do with our religion? No. The hardship that I face have nothing to do with my religion. You know? And the hardship that they face in most part of the world now have nothing to do with the Christianity. But hardship that people are facing in a lot of places in Islamic world have to do with their religion. You know? People are being killed because of Islam. So that's what you need to look at. Focus. Oh, let me look behind me. You know, you're in a 100-meter race and you have time looking behind you. So let's look behind us. You know, no, you got to keep your eyes in front of you. In order to keep and task, you got to keep your eyes in front of you. Can't be looking backwards or be like, oh, let's blame the people of the back. And then he talk about slavery and all this stuff, as if Islam was not involved in slavery. Yes.
One scholar called Naveed Sheikh actually done a piece. It's called Body Count, and he was counting the amount of people that died in each civilization, and he put the Western civilization as the highest. And because you have things like World War I and World War II, and these things were, World War I and World War II were nationalistic conquests. They were not religiously inspired. I mean, you can argue to what extent were World War I and World War II religiously inspired. But
no, it was never. No World War was religiously inspired. But you're talking about Islam. So do you see? He's contradicting his own self. He's comparing his religion to things that are not religiously inspired.
But certainly Islam was not a main feature of the 30 million people that died in World War I, or however many million people died in World War II. So the point is that we're saying is that, and obviously you've got concepts in the West like manifest destiny, and which I think every single president of the United States of America believed in, westward expansion, these kind of things. The point is that it's a proposition that the ideology of the West can fix our problems. This is what we have an issue with, because what we're saying is that if we look at the historical record, there is no evidence.
This guy is such a donkey. No problem in the earth can be fixed but by the Messiah himself. You know, and this is what these clowns are trying to fix earthly problem. We cannot fix the earth problem. Individually, we can do as much as we can do. That's what we are called to do individually. As an individual person, we can do as much as we can do. We can vote for the lesser evil. That's what we can do. We can vote for the lesser evil, and we can help our brothers and sisters and our neighbors. That's what we can do. We can't change what's going on. You and I cannot change what's going on. All we're going to do is cause more death. Do you think that Islam could come and make a law in the West that changed things like homosexuality? Say in America, an Islamic law come and take over and said, oh, kill all homosexuals. What do you think gonna happen? What do you think is gonna happen if all these things happen? Do you think that people gonna lay down and take it like that? No. Even the people who are not homosexual will be fighting with the homosexuals. Yes, because this is the world that we live in. Nobody, no, I don't believe that a homosexual should be killed. I don't believe that, but your religion believes that. So when I see your religion, if I'm living in a world where your religion trying to kill homosexual, I'm gonna fight with the homosexual to fight against your religion, because I don't believe that they should be killed. I believe that vengeance belongs to God, and on the day of judgment, they will face their judge. Just like me, whatever I do on the day of judgment, I will face my judge. So at the end of the day, what are you talking about? This is the best system of government for this time. This is the best system of government for this time, because killing homosexual and stuff like that doesn't stop homosexuality. It doesn't. It does not. You still have undercover homosexuals just the same way. It doesn't. So killing a homosexual doesn't stop homosexuality. You know, chopping off the hand of a thief, all this stupid stuff that they do over here, doesn't stop people from stealing. It does not. That's what they believe, you know. The wife beating and all this crap that they have over here in their religion. How would they solve the problem here? People are not what people used to be. People are not that submissive that a religion like Islam is going to come and take over and they see better. You're not going to see anything better. No. You're not going to see, you're going to see rebellious behavior. You're going to see murder on the street. You're actually going to walk over dead bodies. To be real with you, you will walk over dead bodies, which we have never done, but you will walk over dead bodies here in the United States if a religion like Islam take over. Why? Because people are not going to sit back and see their neighbors being killed by Muslims. No. You can come and conquer and take over.
Evidence of that. In fact, what it's shown us is that there's more bloodshed. Individualism has caused more death. Like, with all due respect, I know that you do cherish individualism. I'm not saying everything is bad about it, but there's, when you have a society deplete of a communitarian ethic, is bereft of a communitarian ethic, then you can have these issues. And so
wow. So, okay. The culture of the East, the Muslim country, is to suppress the people. Suppress the people. That's what the culture is. So when you suppress the people for years, then the people remain suppressed. Now you're seeing that they have an influence and they start fighting back, like in Iran. You see what's going on in Iran. But the Western world is not suppressed. So what do you think that when suppression comes, what is going to bring? Violence. It will be the most violent thing that you ever seen in your history of your life, because Americans don't believe that they should be suppressed. Look what's happening now. Biden ain't performing right. He's not performing the way that Americans believe that Biden should be performing. And you see American voicing their letting people know that we are not with him. He's not right. You know, when the last election, and people believe that there was some corruption in the election, and they believe that Donald Trump should have won and whatever. What did you see that? What happened? They went to the Capitol building and they did what they did there and caused people to lose their lives. Do you think that, and look at America, there is no oppression here in America compared to what Islamic rule will give to people? Can you imagine if Americans are fighting against what us from third world country do not even see as oppression? What do you think that they will do to oppression? If Americans are feeling the oppression of, look at the gay rights movement. For example, gays right now feel like they are oppressed. Yeah, the gays in America feel like they are oppressed. You see them marching on the street, and you see even regular people go out marching with them. Even a Muslim woman was marching out there with them. Can you imagine what would happen if there's a law start killing gay people? Or something similar to these laws that the crazy law that, and if you talk out against Mohammed, somebody kill you under the Islamic law. Man, there would be the most bloodshed, because Americans don't bite into that kind of mango. This guy don't see. Islam cannot rule the West. All this selling, they're selling. Mohammed is an idiot. Mohammed tell them, oh, Islam will do this. And they believe these kind of things. They believe in their mind, they believe that Islam will dominate the world. But Islam can never rule the world. Will never dominate the world.
Well, these are conversations, and I think you are moving towards a communitarianism. In your newest book, you were talking about institutions and these kind of things, and the respect for tradition and these kind of things. I'm not sure if I'm reading you correctly, but these are the kinds of conversations I think we need to have. But on that point, I think I don't want this to be interrogative. And
I just want to interject one thing, because I think it's important. I think, Jordan, you're very kind, and I understand. I also watched The Message to Muslims, and I thought
do you notice it's the first time he's speaking now? Because he said, Jordan, you're very kind. Literally what you want to say, Jordan, you're very passive.
There's some problems with it, definitely.
Okay.
But when you said there's an elephant in the room that I want to address, my mind immediately went to videos I've seen of you with some of your friends in the street and suggesting violence and suggesting aggressive actions against other communities, which in the West is something that, let's say in Canada, people don't do that. And that even though there might be civil conflicts, we have a state, we have police, we have an apparatus, which is there to deal, which is not completely perfect, but which functions to install the rules. So when I see someone in the street surrounded by men wearing masks, who are talking about, if these other groups come out, you know, they're going to see us and we're going to be there, and I'm looking for Jews, and we're talking about blood, and there's these very strange behaviors that I think that
when
if you're
did I say
going
we're looking for Jews? Do you remember that when I said that exact same?
He didn't say you said it, clown. That's not what he said. Listen again.
Conflicts, we have a state, we have police, we have an apparatus, which is there to deal, which is not completely perfect, but which functions to install the rules. So when I see someone in the street surrounded by men wearing masks, who are talking about, if these other groups come out, you know, they're going to see us and we're going to be there, and I'm looking for Jews, and we're talking about blood, and there's these very strange behaviors that I think that
when
if you're
did I
going
say we're looking for Jews? Do you remember that when I said that exact same?
He didn't say you said it. He didn't say you said it. He said the people walking with you said it. And actually, I played a video before where the guy is actually telling the truth. Where they said they're looking for Jews. Let's play another part of it just to show you. Mohammed Hijab is a fraud. And Gordon Peterson support Mohammed Hijab being a fraud. And this is what I don't like. You're too soft. For a man, you're too soft. Too soft men is not good. You know, you don't have to be like me and be like me, but you could be more assertive. A sissified man is not the best man. You know, and see the other guy, he was assertive, but he wasn't sissified. You know, he was soft, but assertive at the same time. And that's the kind of person should be talking to. Jordan Peterson seems like he's a kiss ass. You know, that's what I got from this guy. Like, you know, he's a kiss ass.
If those dogs come close to us again, we will see it as an act of aggression, and we will kill those dogs. We'll put them down.
Hijab and Dawa then led the crowd to Speaker's Corner, and as the mob marched through London streets, screaming, "We'll find some Jews, we want their blood," the police did nothing. Let that sink in. They're calling for our literal blood, and the police are just strolling alongside them.
We'll find some Jews there. We want the Zionists, we want the blood.
This is the Nike anti-Jew.
Do you hear that? So the brother wasn't telling a lie. The brother was actually telling the truth. But then he wanted to make it be about himself because he wasn't the one saying it. That means he wasn't there. He got a megaphone, but did he tell them to stop saying that stuff? Like, hey, brothers, that's not what we are here for. No, because that's what they were there for. Do you see what I'm saying? As soon as that brother speak, everything changes, man. Jordan be so passive, talking to this clown as if, you know, this is the way to talk to a clown like this. No, you have to make him uncomfortable. He's making you uncomfortable. He believes that he is the mega male, the alpha male, and you are just a little sissified man. And you are soft. And if you look at as the dialogue go on, he actually says something to tell the man that, hey, you are soft. In other words.
I just remember you talking to police about
Jewish people.
Yeah.
I'd like to get an exact quote. Okay, so I don't remember. I recall.
Well, the other one, the one that I definitely saw that you spoke for quite a while was relating to some issues with Hindu.
Right, so what happened recently? I don't want to go.
Well, that's just
okay, well,
I think you look at this. He don't want to go there, but he's talking about current issue. Islam is the solution. Here is this man selling you Islam is the solution when he was in England provoking a Jewish community. And Islam is the solution. So if Islam is the solution and he's the spokesperson for Islam right now, and what is he? Isn't he the representative of Islam? Why is he the one with the microphone speaking? Why not somebody else? And he said he don't want to get into this because he wants a controlled environment. And with Jordan Peterson, he can control the environment. And Jordan Peterson should know about this thing. He's a psychiatrist, as he says. He's a psychologist. Psychologists should know about controlled environment. You know, and a controlled environment is where you control the variables. You know what you want and what the return should be. You know what you want and what the return should be. Because you only want to talk to Jordan because Jordan is giving him the return he wants.
The reason why it's important, the reason why it's important is that I'm a Christian, very much a Christian. I have many problems with modern Western culture. Right. But we are in the West.
Okay.
Right. And you are in the West.
Yeah, and I am a Westerner.
Right, and you live in the West, and so...
And I'm British.
Yes.
Just like you.
So what? Do you see that? He have an issue, man. He have an issue. The guy didn't say that you're not a British. He said, I am in the West. Even though he's a Canadian, he didn't say, I am Canadian. He said, I am in the West, and you are in the West. We all in the West.
You're Canadian.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
And so to me, the elephant in the room is that's part of the elephant in the room. But there are many people who told Jordan not to come here because of those videos.
Okay, well, there's a lot of people that told me not to have this conversation with Jordan.
Oh, a lot of people tell him not to have the conversation with Jordan. That's a lie. That's a lie. That is L-I-E, the biggest lie. So what the problem is, people were telling him not to, telling Jordan, so he want to make himself equal to Jordan. So he said, oh, a lot of people were telling me not to have the conversation with Jordan.
And that's why me and
Lots
Jordan...
of people don't want to have difficult conversations.
But what I'm saying with Jordan is
like
that...
Look, Jordan throwing a punt at him right now. He doesn't want to have the conversation. even though he's talking about Islam being the solution for the West. And his behavior, I've never seen a Christian apologist behave like he behaved. Go out and target out on the street, targeting a community. Walk into a community. We are the Jews. We want their blood. We are the Muslims. We want their blood. Where have you ever seen a Christian apologist doing that kind of stuff? But he is a solution for the West. This clown say that he is a solution for the West. The Islam is a solution. He's the one here preaching Islam is the solution. And this is my problem with Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is trying so hard to conform, so hard not to step on somebody's toe. Nah, man, when you're a man, you're going to step on people's toe sometime by purpose and sometimes on mistakenly. And when they're talking about stepping on people's toe, I mean like a purposely step on a real toe. No, but sometimes you have to deal with things and be upfront and blunt about issues. You can't go about saying that you're a man and be so passive. You know, and then to say that you are a psychology teacher, you're a professor teaching psychology, and you don't understand how psychology works, or either you're playing a game, you're going along with the flow, feeling out people. What is it that you're doing?
Makes him gallant and brave is that despite those voices that are the voices of disunity, because he's been cancelled more times than I have, yeah? Despite the fact that he's been cancelled in Cambridge University or whatever, I don't care about all these institutions. With all due respect, I know this man is a person of influence. And in my estimation, I see him as one of the most, if not the most influential Western public voice. Right?
So why would you not want to talk to him? It's like me saying that, hey, if Jordan Peterson give me a chance to come onto his podcast, I wouldn't go. I would be lying to you guys. I would be lying to you if I say this man give me a chance to be on his podcast and I would go. I'd be lying to you. This man is more influential than you, so you need him more than he need you. You have an agenda. Piers Morgan asked this clown to come on his podcast, and he didn't go because he know Piers Morgan would be more like the Christian brother here, and literally, in a way, would be attacking him in a sense. He don't want that. He want passive communication. That's what he want. Passive people to communicate so that he will look like the alpha male.
But for that reason, I speak to him. And for that reason, I don't apologize to anyone for doing so. And I think in a way, he sees the same thing in me. Maybe not to the same level, but the fact that I'm half his age, he knows what's going to come in 30 years' time. So he's playing the cards right. And I think
he knows what's going to come in 30 years' time. Oh, wow. I'm half his age, and he knows what's going to come in 30 years' time. What a glouting. You guys want to... let me show you something what this clown believe would have happened already. Let me show you something that this clown believe would have happened already. Just want to show you something. This clown believe that he would have conquered Jordan Peterson already. They don't... Let me show you where this clown believe that Jordan Peterson would maybe be a Muslim already. Watch this. Watch this right here. I will show you. Watch this. What's going on up here? Okay, here we go. So watch this now. This is where Mohammed Hijab is telling these three stooges about Jordan Peterson, his first experience with Jordan Peterson.
it came to the Jordan Peterson discussion, I think
So say that again.
when it comes to the Jordan Peterson discussion, right?
Yeah.
How well received do you think it was by him and by the audience?
It was one of the most well-received things. I probably think it was the most well-received things I've done.
Wow.
So if it's the most well-received thing he's done, and actually, if you look at all his video, it is actually the most well-received thing he have done. And if it's the most well-received, why wouldn't you want to repeat it? So when he said people were telling him not to go, this and that and that, no, you wanted to go. And nobody could tell you not to go, and you don't go. You wanted to go because it was one of the most well-received things you have done.
Especially with non-Muslims. I think the amount of, with him, I mean, as you saw in that particular thing, it was well received with him, and I've built a relationship with him, I hope. Because the thing
I built a relationship with him, I hope.
The thing is with Peterson, I think he appreciates disagreeableness. I mean, he says it himself. People that, you know, make it in life are those who are disagreeable. And people that are yes men around him, I don't think he respects that too much. So the fact that I wasn't afraid in my public discourses to show my disagreement with him, but at the same time, try and show him respect and not be antagonistic to him or provocative to him or disrespectful to his placement, that was a very, very hard thing to do. Because it's easy.
It was very hard for him to be respectful to the man. He's an actor like Uthman Ibn Farouk is acting. You know, can you imagine, man? You go out there. What did Jordan Peterson said on the first podcast that was hard for you to be disrespectful about? Nothing whatsoever. Look, if you look at the podcast, as a Christian, there was nothing that he says that you would be like, oh, I gotta be disrespectful, disrespectful to him. You know, in the dialogue when he was talking to, if it was a Christian and him having that dialogue, and he said the things that he said to Mohammed Hijab, there was no reason for you to be disrespectful to him, and it would be so hard to not to be disrespectful to him.
Yeah, to kind of let your punches go, if you like. You're doing one thing, you don't have to moderate yourself, you don't have to mitigate your own responses. But with Peterson, it was difficult because I had to make sure that I played the fight, I held the stick by the middle.
Oh, wow. Agenda. He have an agenda. What is he trying to do? What is he trying to do? Is he trying to get the man to become a Muslim by impressing the man and withholding his real self? Or is he trying to use the platform to propagate Islam? What is he trying to do? Let's hear.
And so I felt like, in many ways, the fact that I was restraining myself from being overly brash or all of the other kind of, I would say, vices that I have typically in my personality structure, I was trying to restrain them. I think from that angle, it was good because it allowed me to work on my weaknesses more than accentuate my strengths. And so anything that allows you to work on your weaknesses rather than accentuate your strengths, I think is a golden opportunity and one that will build your character. So from that angle, I think it was good for me, and hopefully it was good for him.
He didn't learn anything because not long after you walk into a Jewish community with men shouting, "We are the Jews. We need their blood."
As well, and it's been viewed by almost 2 million people now. So the time is pretty good, and it's one of the most, I think, if not the most commented on video on his channel, in his entire channel. So there's a lot of engagement. I think it was positive, and the aim of the game really is to make the environment a more tolerable one for the Muslim community in the West and to build bridges of communication and understanding.
Do you see that? The aim of the game is to make the community more tolerable for the Muslim. But he is not trying to make it more tolerable for the Jews because he's walking to a Jewish community shouting, because this is what Muslims believe. Muslims believe they're better than everybody. They do. These Dawa donkeys who study the Hadith and all this stuff of the so-called prophet, they believe they're better than people. They do believe that they're better than people. The Muslim guy said he don't have to apologize. He owe no kufar, no apology. He said a Muslim owe no kufar an apology. So he's trying to make it more tolerable. He's trying to sell Islam in a tolerable way, when Islam is not that way. So he's actually lying to the people. Deception, selling deception to the people, because that's not what Islam really is. Islam is not like that. And then it was not even long after he get an opportunity to go on Jordan Peterson's daughter's podcast, and he make a fool of himself. He show his real colors there.
I think that those objectives were met.
Yeah, 100%, especially from what I've seen as well. I think, alhamdulillah, it was very well received. So when it comes to Jordan Peterson, how is he off the camera compared to on the camera? Is there any difference?
I think he's, I think he's a pretty authentic guy, to be honest with you. I do actually think he's an authentic guy. I don't know. I haven't really spoken to him too much off the camera to be able to make an informed judgment about him. Especially from our paradigm, we have to kind of like be with the person a lot, travel with them, do business with them, that kind of thing, before we can actually make a judgment on the character. But we can give him the benefit of the doubt. And I think that really Islam is starting to make sense for him. I hope it's going to start making...
He says he believes that Islam is starting to make sense for him. And then listen what he says. This is two mouth. You can speak, but you can speak with two mouth.
Kind of like be with the person a lot, travel with them, do business with them, that kind of thing, before we can actually make a judgment on the character. But we can give him the benefit of the doubt. And I think that really Islam is starting to make sense for him. I hope it's going to start making more sense for him as the time...
Islam is starting to make sense to him, and he hope it started to make more sense to him. How do you arrive at this thing? A man who teach psychology for so many years, how can you go into his mind and tell you what is starting to make sense for him? And then not long after this, and this is why he's so mad, he wanted to talk about the message to the Muslim podcast that Jordan Peterson did, because he have this concept of Jordan Peterson in his mind that Islam is making sense to Jordan Peterson, and in the future it's going to make more sense to him. Then all of a sudden Jordan Peterson pull a fast one with the message to the Muslim, where he actually telling them to put their God aside and put their prophet aside.
And goes on, because it's everything that he wants from an ideology, or from an...
He actually says, listen to this clown. Wow, what a beautiful man.
It's everything that he wants from an ideology, or from kind of like be with the person a lot, travel with them, do business with them, that kind of thing, before we can actually make a judgment on the character. But we can give him the benefit of the doubt. And I think that really Islam is starting to make sense for him. I hope it's going to start making more sense for him as the time goes on, because it's everything that he wants from an ideology, or from...
It is everything that he wants from an ideology. The man say Islam is everything that Jordan Peterson wants from an ideology, man.
From an idea, or from a way of life.
Or from a way of life. Wow. Do you think that Jordan Peterson want a society that be killing gay people and cutting off the hands of, I don't know, and killing apostate? Does he think he want that?
It's everything that he's been speaking about, all the diagnoses that he's had of gender relations in the West is...
Oh, wow. He totally misunderstand this guy. Totally misunderstand this guy, man. He is so conceited. He is so conceited to the point, man.
I saw war. I saw bombing. I saw...
He's so conceited to the point where he believes...
A lot of them.
Where he believes that he knows this man. Jordan Peterson is not a guy you can know. You can analyze that guy. is reality. You can see that with the guy. That is a guy you can analyze. He will say something and in a sense act as if that's not what he wanted to say. You can analyze him, man. I don't know. When Mohammed Hijab asked him about the message to the Muslim, he actually said it was a stupid whatever he said. But he's not telling you I actually meant what I said. Because what he didn't know, it would affect the Muslim community this much in a negative way. He actually believed he understand them, so that both of them playing the same game. Peterson believed that he understand Muslims without looking at the history of Muslim and see what Islam is about, and looking at the literature that these people believe in even today. And Mohammed Hijab believe he understand Jordan Peterson without looking and listening to what Jordan Peterson wants, what he actually is saying. They're both playing with each other. So they're both getting more views and more subscribers from the dialogue between each other. But they're not getting anywhere.
At the end of the day, my voice, my emotions, what I'm saying in the streets of London or Leicester, or whatever else, is how a lot of Muslim people feel. But don't forget, yes, I'm disagreeable. And
oh, wow. So what he was saying in the street of London is the way a lot of Muslim people feel. Isn't that shameful? And what his people were saying, what about what the other people were saying? We want some Jews, we want their blood. Where are the Jews? We want their blood. Isn't that the way a lot of Muslim people feel? Yes, that's the way a lot of Muslim people feel. This is showing you how bad Islam is for the West. Because we believe that all men are created equal in the United States, even though sometimes some people doesn't show that, but still that's what we believe. I don't believe I'm better than my neighbor, and I don't believe my neighbor is better than me. We believe we are equal people, hustlers out here trying to do things in a respective way and in a legal way. My neighbor is legal. She goes to work. I see her going to work. You know, I'm legal. I go to work. You know, I don't do nothing illegal. I don't see my neighbor doing anything illegal. We all here legal people, legal, doing things legal here. I'm equal to my neighbor. The only thing we are not equal with is that I'm not a woman and she is a woman, but we are equal as human beings. So we can't say, okay, I'm equal to her as in every aspect. No. And she, you know, and she's not equal to me in every aspect, because we got some things cause inequality, you know, but that I am better than her, I am more of a human being than she is. No. But Islam teaches these things, that Muslims are better.
My temperament is not the temperament of the average Muslim. So you've got to differentiate between me as an individual, me, Mohammed Hijab as an individual, and Islam. Do you see?
Your temperament, literally, because maybe you are in the West, is less, it is more receptive and tolerance than a lot of Muslim temperament. Why? Because in the West, you can't practice your religion the way, and the agenda that you have, you cannot practice your religion the way you want to practice your religion because of the agenda you have. It's just, that's all it is. You cannot practice Islam in the West the way they want to because of the agenda that they have. Mohammed Hijab spent so much time talking to Jordan Peterson. This is his second time talking to Jordan Peterson. He spent time talking to Jordan Peterson's daughter. But when the Muslim guy attempted to kill Salman Rushdie, have you seen Mohammed Hijab make one video that opposing that behavior? No, not one video. Mohammed Hijab have not made one video that opposed the behavior of that man trying to kill the other man. No. Instead of that, Mohammed Hijab entertained that behavior. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It was not really a debate, but I've seen it. He entertained his behavior. And this is why we know that this guy, and notice what he says. Notice what he's saying. And you will see that he's telling you a lie.
You don't think we have gangsters? We have Muslim gangsters as well. And when you go ahead and attack the sacred symbols of Islam, although our approach is not to do so, we can't stop the gangsters from dealing with you or anyone else.
So you can't stop them. But you were walking down the street with people saying that, where are the Jews? We need their blood. You are one of the Muslim gangs. You're a leader of the gang. You just don't get your hand dirty. But you are a leader of the gang. You encourage the gang. And see, you are saying that instead of using the platform to say, hey, our prophet, this and that and that and that. No, we can't stop the Muslim gangster. But you are trying to stop the people speaking out against your religion. You know, you're trying to hush people up. Speaking out against your religion. You could hardly control yourself when you were talking to Jordan Peterson, according to you. So why is it that you can't speak out against your own people, hurting people?
We can't stop the Muslim gangsters from dealing with you or anyone else. Just like if you go to Colombia and you speak about particular cartel in a specific manner, go to their area and be a man and speak about them.
You should be ashamed of yourself comparing your religion to the drugs cartel. Boy, oh boy. Let me show you this part and I will finish up this podcast and edit the title because we gotta do that part of the title about the Quran verses in another show, in another podcast, live stream.
If you say Mohammed Hijab, you are a hypocrite, you are a bad guy, you are violent. So you know what? That's something I have to look into. Do you know what I mean? If that's your advice to me, that's something I have to look into.
Well, I would also say there's no moral advantage in being a pushover either.
Yes, I agree.
Right? And so these things are very hard to calibrate correctly.
Yeah.
And so, well, and if we come at this in a spirit of mutual ignorance and with some degree of, maybe this is where tolerance is more of an issue. Is, you know, we're going to have to tolerate each other's rough edges and imperfections in order to talk.
But see, the bad thing about what Jordan Peterson did, he actually encouraged Hijab behavior. Did he see what Hijab did? You know, is Jordan Peterson a pushover? I bet he didn't. He don't consider himself a pushover, but he wouldn't do what Mohammed Hijab did. He wouldn't walk down the street with a group of men shouting, "We need their blood. Where are this person? We need their blood." Would he do that? And this is the danger of a person like Jordan Peterson, a very dangerous person. I don't think a man like that should have the platform that he have. I don't. It's like this guy, Andrew Tate, should never have the platform that they have. I remember one time, Kanye West was given the platform to talk about the problem in New Orleans. When the flood happened in New Orleans, Kanye West was given the platform to talk about it. And he opened his mouth and he says, Bush don't care about black people, which is ultimate lie. The ultimate lie. of all the presidents of the United States of America that we have seen so far, Bush have put black people in position more than every other president of the United States, excluding Biden. Right now, I see Biden trying to outdo Bush. But Condoleezza Rice, we got people like Powell and other people that Bush put into high position. Bush have no racism in it. But Kanye West get a platform. That's what happened when you give, you know, an idiot a platform. And Kanye West kind of remind me a lot of Jordan Peterson. For real. He kind of remind me a lot of Jordan Peterson, of a guy who have potential, an intelligent person in a sense, who have potential to be bigger than what they really are, but did not leap and hold on to it to be bigger than what they really are. Even though they have the platform, they are given the platform. There are many people who are not given the platform to be what they want to be. You know, when you have a platform like this, you have to use it wisely and stop kissing asses. You know, Kanye West didn't kiss any ass, but Kanye West kicked too many asses. You know, kick asses that he wasn't supposed to kick. And this guy is, you know, urban language, kissing too much asses. You can't make people like Mohammed Hijab be comfortable because what he's doing is evil. You can't make him be comfortable because what he's doing is evil. Even with the incident with the Jews, Mohammed Hijab was standing beside a poster that says, "Have we forgotten about the Holocaust?" Literally telling the Jews, "Have we forgotten about the Holocaust?" What he marched down with a group of people that says, "Where are the Jews? We want their blood. Where are the Zionists? Give us the Zionists," or something like that. But then he stood beside a poster that read, Have we forgotten about the Holocaust?
Even if we think that there's something useful to be gleaned. And, you know, my sense is that, well, we're called upon to separate the wheat from the chaff. And that's not so much to damn the chaff as it is to gather the wheat. And it seems to me in the biblical stories, in the Old Testament, there's an immense emphasis, strange emphasis in some real sense. It's one of the things that makes the text so remarkable on the moral stranger and foreigner. And so when
do you see he misrepresenting the text? Gather the wheat and the chaff. Yes, it is to gather the wheat, but also to destroy the chaff. You know, the wheat and the tares grow together, just the same way. The wheat and the weed grow together. You know, you destroy the wheat and you reap you destroy the weed, reed, R-E-E-D, and you reap the wheat. So it all goes on in that.
As society is unstable and shaking in a variety of ways, it's often the moral foreigner who comes in with something wise to say. And I think that's definitely true of those biblical narratives, and it's very interesting that they point them out. But I think it's also true practically. It's like, it's not as if any of us, like, we want to have faith in our faith, and we need that because it keeps us together individually and it unites us socially. But then if we insist that if I insist that my faith, which is more like my pride in my own belief, is 100%.
Ways to use olive oil that might surprise you.
Have some olive oil before your bed and your...
And correct. Then I've confused myself with my faith. I've confused myself with Christianity, or perhaps you've confused yourself with Islam. And that's a big mistake, because...
So let me ask you both a question then, since we can talk about, by the way, one clarification before the question. I've never asked for violence. And that's an accusation I think that needs to be, you need to look back at, because I've never said, let's go and do violence. I said that if such and such group come out again, which were a group of armed...
No, you literally say, in other words, you literally speak about violence. I will show you, you know, and this is the devil in the making. He knows exactly how to get the crowd to do what he would want them to do. And that's how dangerous this man is. Because if you look at the whole thing, directly he didn't say go and hurt anybody, but indirectly he did say that. You know, let me show you how you could draw to that conclusion that indirectly he did say go and hurt people. Let me show you why. Because you're marching to a Jewish community. You're marching to a Jewish community and you're doing this.
The police did nothing. Let that sink in. They're calling for our literal blood, and the police are just strolling alongside them.
We'll find some Jews there. You want the Zionists, you want the blood. This is the Nike anti-Jewish edition.
A couple of hours later, we will
see anti-Jewish. This is the Nike anti-Jewish edition. You know, where are the Jews? We need their blood. We want some Zionists or something like that.
Violently assaulted, leaving a kosher restaurant in an anti-Semitic attack. I hate to say this, but I'm not sure there's a future for Jews in this country. We're being attacked on the streets by extremists, and the police do nothing.
The difference between us and them.
Okay, look at this. Do you see that? You walk to a Jewish community, and you heard the people around you chanting all this chant. Where are the Jews? We need their blood. And then you get to a point where you grab onto a megaphone, and this is what you say.
The difference between us and them is that for them, they think life begins. For us, we believe that death begins. We believe that life begins at death.
They believe that life begins. We believe that life begins at death. You know, so what is that saying? That, you know, you walk into a Jewish community. Why do you have to go to a Jewish community to do all this? You know, if you say, okay, and look at it. Look at it. When did he choose to do it? When did he choose to do it? This is how dangerous this guy is. Look when he chose to do it. Listen to this.
On Sunday, as British Jews celebrated the ceasefire in Israel, violent extremists attacked us on the street.
They were celebrating the ceasefire in Israel. And Mohammed Hijab decided this is the day when they were celebrating the ceasefire. Jews were celebrating the ceasefire. Hey, we are celebrating that Palestine and Israel is not fighting no more. And this clown come out. What?
On Sunday, as British Jews celebrated the ceasefire in Israel, violent extremists attacked us on the streets. As 2,000 of us rallied for Israel and for peace, including the ambassador, politicians, and community leaders, an angry crowd of Islamists and pro-Palestinian activists began hurling abuse at us. A few Jewish boys who were trying to join the rally took a wrong turn and mistakenly walked into the Islamist protest. As I arrived, it looked like two popular YouTubers, Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawah, were riling up the mob.
Yeah, you see them. So you tell me now that they were peaceful here, pointing and be like, shame on you, shame on you, shame on you. These people didn't come out when the war was going on. They come out for the ceasefire and say, hey, We're celebrating the ceasefire. We are in our own community and we are celebrating the ceasefire. What is all this about?
It was terrifying. The boys had to be rescued by the police as bottles and eggs rained down on them.
And look at that. Start throwing stuff on the people. Yeah. Start throwing stuff on the people. That, are you telling me like I didn't go there for this and I didn't go there for that? Yes, you did. You did, clown. Because there's no reason for you to be there. You know? There's a reason for you to be there. You're stupid. There's no reason for you to be there. And Jordan Peterson needs to stop kissing your butt for popularity among Muslims, because I think that's what he's doing.
People, then we'll be there to defend the community. I've never said in my whole life, and I'll challenge anybody to find anything that's
what were you there to defend the community where? The people were celebrating something and you guys go there and disrupt them. And you're talking about you're there to defend the community. Come on, man.
Opposite from what I've just said. Now, that's one thing. Second thing I'll say is this, is that, and if it was a violence issue, if I did say that, what's happening with the Metropolitan Police? Why am I not behind bars? Why have there not been a single investigation? It is 210,000 people have watched the video.
Because what? They know they know that they are, it's a weak, England is weak, very weak place. It's getting a very weak country. I would never live in England.
Video, unless the police have put their, fingers in their ears, or that they are, if you want to accuse the police of, negligence or incompetence, that's a different story. Let's go to the second point, because you were saying now about this basically dogmatism. Let's just call it for what it is.
Well, it's pride in dogmatism, right? And that's something we all have to watch, because it's a hard line to walk, because you want to be an advocate for your faith, but what in the world do you know, right? You're ignorant beyond comprehension.
Let me ask a question. And both of you, this is a question to both of you. Is there an ultimate purpose of life?
Yeah, sure.
What is it?
What we're doing here.
Which is what?
Hopefully trying to make peace.
Is that enough?
We'll see.
Yeah. Because
it's better than the alternative.
What's the alternative?
Hell.
Okay.
Which we're toying with. I don't mean us. Well, us too. That's for sure. But things are shaky at the moment on many fronts, and we have this opportunity in front of us, all of us, to have a very abundant world, right, where everyone has enough.
So, what is the alternative to peace? His agenda is different from Jordan's agenda. So Jordan is saying, hey, what I want to see is peace. Literally, are Christians killing Muslims? In Canada, is there Christian in Canada killing Muslims? No. In America, is there Christians over here targeting and trying to kill Muslims? No. Are there Muslims trying to kill Christians over here? Yes. Yes. The idiot, they call they call him Khalil from EA Dawa. He said he would kill David Wood. He said if the opportunity was right, if it was the opportune government, he would be the one to kill David Wood. You would never hear David Wood say if it was the opportune government, he would kill EA Dawa, donkey Khalil. No. Because that's what Christians are about. We are not about violence and trying to kill people and trying to put our religion on top of people. No, we're not for that.
And maybe more than enough. And we're shaky about that. We're not sure that that's acceptable, and we're not sure everybody should have it. We're not sure everybody deserves it, and even ourselves. And we're retreating into our corners in some real sense, and we're not addressing the elephants under the carpet. And you can't do that. Like the things we're discussing contentiously now, they make for rough conversations, but they make for a lot rougher streets if you don't talk them out. And you have to do that in a spirit of ignorance. Like I was hoping to come here today and listen. I talk a lot, There's my flaw, you know, but I don't know how to feel the right way forward. I think part of it is, well, first of all, to find commonalities. We believe in the fundamental necessity of a uniting book across the Jewish, Christian, and Muslim faiths. That's not nothing.
He said, we have a uniting book. What is he talking about? I don't think Jordan Peterson have a clue about Islam. I don't think he have a clue whatsoever about Islam. What uniting book is he talking about? What book do we have in common with the Muslims? Is there a book that is common among the Muslims? There is no book. So my brother said he can't, his attempt would be overturned easily. I don't think he understand that. I don't think he know though. This is my problem, my brother. I don't think he know that we have no commonality. Does Jordan Peterson play a double game about Islam? That's what I believe. I believe he is trying to straddle the fence. He's trying to appease in some way both religion when you cannot. You can't, you know, it's not the same. It's not the same religion. So trying to appease Islam and Christianity at the same time, that's dangerous, and that's what he playing. He playing a game, and he don't realize. I don't think he really realize that. He said we have a common book. What book do we have common?
Necessity of a uniting book across the Jewish, Christian, and Muslim faiths.
What?
That's not nothing. Like that's a
what?
Feel the right way forward. I think part of it is, well, first of all, to find commonalities. We believe in the fundamental necessity of a uniting book.
Oh, wow. So he want to write a book. Now, do you see this? Jordan is actually playing God Almighty, man. Jordan Peterson want to have the fundamental of a uniting book. Wow. I told you that when Jordan Peterson kind of remind me of Kanye West. He does. He really does remind me of Kanye West, like in a lot of ways. There was a time when Kanye West put a big statue of himself. I think it was on a cross or something in his house. It was a painting of himself. I think it was on a cross, like, you know, Jesus of himself, kind of the way they portray Jesus here of himself. Because they have this God complex. Like they have this God complex, like they want to play God, you know? So he's still selling the same message. Message to the Muslim, this is exactly what he said, something like that. I want to see what Hijab going to say to him.
Across the Jewish, Christian, and Muslim faiths. That's not nothing. Like that's a strange thing to insist upon, and yet we all seem to agree. We believe in a higher and purposeful unity, the necessity of that, and then also in the necessity of putting that above all else. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And we also agree that we're not very good at that. But that's the hardest one to get, is that even if you do claim in some sense to worship the highest in this monotheistic sense, that doesn't mean you're very good at it. And that's a hard pill to swallow, especially when you're trying to also be a courageous knight of your faith, let's say. It's hard to be properly humble in the face of the divine, but that might be in some sense the proper command. I mean, the fact that Islam means submission is a reflection of that in some sense, right? Just remember who's God here and who isn't. And that's a very hard thing.
Do you see? So he's actually telling them, like, hey, you need a common book. And you need to ignore your Quran. He's still preaching the same message. Wow. He's still actually telling them your book is not sufficient. Your book is not good for you know, there is something mentally wrong with Jordan Peterson, man. Jordan Peterson, I don't believe, you know, I think he's driven by some mental problem. Not I really do. Because if you're going to say that you believe in Jesus, you believe in God, you believe in Christ, because if you look at his title, Talking to Muslim about Christ, where do you learn about Christ from? From what book? How do you know about Christ? So if you're talking to Muslim about Christ, what are you using as your basis to talk about them? The Bible, but you said you need a common book. Like, what is this common book? Are you telling them to give up their book? And are you telling the Jews to give up their book? What are you saying, Jordan?
To keep in mind. So when I listen to you, you disagreeable character, I'm trying to separate out the wheat from the chaff, you know, because there's no doubt I have.
The wheat from the chaff, that's the Bible. So what is he telling them? To give up Islam, give up the Quran? I'm surprised they haven't picked that up yet. I'm surprised the Muslims haven't picked that up yet, man.
I have many things to learn, as I learned to some degree.
No, and honestly, I appreciate this part of, like, you know, I learned from your humility, honestly, the way that you come across. And once again, I do appreciate both of you coming here, you know, and I appreciate his agreeability as well. Like what you've said there is good. I deserve the accountability just like he does. I don't want to be a person who, you know, can't dish it out, who dishes it out but can't get it himself. I deserve it. What I wanted to say is this to both of you. I want to do a thought experiment, yeah? And so imagine you're going to sleep. I don't know where you guys are staying now, what hotel you're staying. You're watching my videos, you know, with me with the masks and stuff like that before you go to sleep, subscribe on the channel, whatever you do, yeah? And now you're, after you've, you know, put the dislike and done your negative comments, which I deleted already and put it in the trash, which is what you do as well with tweets, and, you know, we can talk about that later. But after that's all happened and you've gone to sleep, you both go to sleep now, right? You wake up and you find yourselves on a ship. On a ship, yeah? And people are eating food, people are drinking, people are this and that, and so on. Things happening. Now, what would be the first questions that you would ask the people around you? Would you ask things like, how did I get here? Where are we going? Are these?
Yeah. Those seem like the first two good. Those are good questions to ask in general. Where are we? Go. How did we get here?
And this is
where are we going?
Beautiful. That's what I wanted to actually get to, because this is what Heidegger, you know, Martin Heidegger, he's a controversial figure in his own right. Okay, but he described this as the thrownness of life.
Yeah.
Because we're chucked into life. We're thrown into life, right? So the fact now that we're in this world, these questions that we would be asking if we were on a ship and we're just chucked on a ship are the same very questions, like you said, you know, that we would be asking if we're in this world. Where did we come from? Where are we going? I think if we can't get these two questions right, nihilism will persist. You're a nihilistic expert. You've spoken a lot about nihilism. I think if we can't get those...
He's a counter-nihilistic expert.
I'm not a nihilist. If you want, ask what I think my purpose, the purpose is to be united with God.
Okay, beautiful. Answer. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, so from the Islamic perspective, it's this, right? First of all, ask these three questions. Where did I come from? Where am I going? And what am I doing here? What is the purpose of life? What is it? And the answer is, we came from a creator, okay? So we can approach this in whatever argument you like. I'm doing a PhD in contingency argument. You can do anything you want. You can do it, for example, through the fact that the universe is regular and stable and uniform and possesses life. What's the best explanation for that? Is it knowledge or not knowledge? So we would say it's knowledge, right? Or as we say, it's a creative capacity of some sort. We came from this creative capacity. We came from this knowledge force, right? So that's the first thing we say. We came from this force, this higher power. Where are we going? We're going back to the higher power, right? And we're going back to the higher power with our deeds, which we have to be responsible for, which is exactly, it's a hallmark of what you stand for. And that's, I believe genuinely, that's why you're asking why are so many people listening to you. Because we reject original sin. What would you respect? Original sin says that one man, gave us a sin, the other man took it away.
Do you notice he have no idea what original sin is? You know, he doesn't know what original what the concept of original sin is. You know, the concept of original sin is that we, because of our foreparents, we inherit a sinful nature because of our foreparents. And he said he rejects the concept of original sin, but does he really? Or he doesn't understand what the concept of original sin is. Because if you look in if you look at if you look at his Quran, let's take a walk into let's take a walk into his Quran, because he don't realize what's in his Quran. You know, you ask a question to the Muslims, any one of these Muslims, if you ask them this question, let me see if I could find it here. If you ask any one of them this question, I would like to see how they would answer this question. Let me see right here. So if you look at this Quran verse right here, okay, let me see. Okay, there's a verse right here. So this is Surah 12, verse 53. If you look at Surah 12, verse 53, what do you see? See, these Muslims, they will tell you they don't believe in original sin, but they don't understand it, and that's why they claim that they don't believe in it. If they know what it means, but they say original sin, it don't mean that you inherit Adam's sin. You inherit Adam's sinful nature, the nature of sin, that the nature that caused sin in Adam. That's what you inherit from Adam. So if you should go to this Quran verse right here, and you look at it, it says, and I do not seek to free myself from blame, for indeed the soul is ever inclined to evil. The soul is ever inclined to evil. What does it mean? That your soul is ever inclined to evil. And how did that soul come about? How did the inclination to evil come about? How does the inclination to do evil come about? Is it something that was gained after you were born? Or is it something that you're born with? Because you according to Islam, I think Islam say when you are 4 months or something like that, I can't remember exactly, that when you were 4 months old, that's when the soul enter your body. I think Islam say when you are 4 months old, the soul enter your body. He said 120 days. I think he said 120 days, your soul enter your body. And he says the soul is ever inclined to evil. And where did your soul come from according to Islam? According to Islam, your soul came from Adam. Islam believed that before you were created, every soul was taken out of Adam. All the souls were already taken from Adam and were living in the land of the soul. That's what Islam teaches. So if your soul is ever inclined to evil, how did this evil come into your soul? How did this evil come into your soul? This is something that we need to look into. Like, how did this evil, did you inherit it, this evil, or the soul was created with evil? And even if the soul was created with evil, you got that soul from Adam. According to Islam, that soul came from Adam. Every soul came from Adam, was taken from Adam. So if every soul was taken from Adam, and the soul is ever inclined to evil, what does that mean? That evil soul came from Adam. That evil soul was inherited from Adam. Christianity doesn't believe that. They believe that the sin nature, was inherited from Adam. The inclination to sin, which is kind of similar in a little way, because he said the soul is ever inclined to evil. The inclination to sin, to do evil, we inherit that from our parents, from one generation to the next generation to the next generation, and it traces all the way back to Adam and Eve. That is what Christianity teaches. So at the end of the day, man, I don't know. I don't think he understands original sin. And I want to see if the Christian is going to check him, because he needs to be checked.
Basically, I mean, we're fallen creatures, and then Jesus, you got to believe in sola fide. You believe in whatever you know about.
I'm Orthodox, so I don't believe that.
Oh,
either.
fair enough. Okay, fine.
I don't believe in original sin the way you described it.
Right.
That's fine.
But fine. No.
Right. So it's like he's saying, all people believe in original sin the way, the way that he believed in it. Like, I don't believe in original sin, like, oh, you inherit the sin of Adam. No, you don't. So Adam's sin is Adam's sin. You inherit the sin nature, and then because you're sinful, you have that sin nature. You are sinful because of that sin nature, because you have that inclination inside you to sin, and sin is a transgression of God's law. You could transgress God's law by just thinking about it. You don't have to actually commit the act of transgressing God's law in order to transgress God's law, because the Messiah say, if you see a woman and you lust after her, you already commit adultery. And if you think evil of your brother, you already sin against God. So I don't know.
But no worries. Eastern Orthodox, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. But
I believed in it either. I just said that the concept of original sin is an expression of this problem that we're describing, which is that we're all burdened with something approximating, the throneness and this ambivalent relationship we have with the atrocity of history. And that's worse, because if you study the atrocity of history with any degree of seriousness, you have to take account of the fact that people like you did it. And you might think, well, I wouldn't do it. It's like, yeah.
No, I get you.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
For sure. I mean, you were talking about the kind of, you were talking about the suffering. And obviously one of the major sufferings is the Holocaust. I was reading the book, The Meaningful Life, Viktor Frankl, I'm sure you're aware of it, where he then produced logotherapy and all these kind of things. Mm-hmm. And it goes back to what Nietzsche said, if you have a why, almost any how is possible,
Bearable.
Yeah, if you have a why, almost any how is possible. So it goes back to, everything goes back to purpose, logotherapy. Yeah.
But do you see, he said that one of the most wicked suffering is the Holocaust. But then when he was provoking the Jews in England, he decided, after all that parading to the street with his followers behind him shouting, "Where are the Jews? We want their blood. We are the Zionists." He ended up standing beside a poster that says, "Do we forget?" I'm maybe paraphrasing. "Do we forget the Holocaust?" And then he says one of the most evil thing is the Holocaust.
It's like, yeah.
No, I get you.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
For sure. I mean, like, you know, you were talking about the kind of, you were talking about the suffering. And obviously one of the major sufferings is the Holocaust. I was reading the book, The Meaningful Life, Viktor Frankl, I'm sure you're aware of it, where he then produced logotherapy and all these kind of things. And it goes back to what Nietzsche said, you know, if you have a why, almost any how is possible, you know?
Bearable.
Yeah, if you have.
And you know, Mohammed did something to a Jew that is similar to the Holocaust. You know, in some ways, it's similar to what happened to the Jews during the Holocaust. Mohammed allowed his men to light a fire and the chest of a Jewish man. And so, when they were robbing the people, they conquer Khaybar and robbing the people, and they wanted this man to reveal where he hid his treasures. Mohammed allowed his bandits to light a fire on the chest of a Jewish man. You know, so and who knows? It's so crazy. You see all these things. I wonder if Hijab believe in the hadith that says the hour will not come until the Muslim fight the Jews, and the Jews will hide behind a rock, and the rock will say, "There's a Jew hiding behind me," and they hide behind a tree, and the tree will say, "There's a Jew hiding behind me." I wonder if he believe in that kind of stupid philosophy. I don't know, but it's surprised that I hear him talking about the Holocaust.
Have a why, almost any how is possible. So it goes back to, everything goes back to purpose, logotherapy. Yeah, just if you have a purpose, then everything is possible. That's why I think that you can do the best as a human species, yeah, in the human condition, if your purpose is transcendental. It's higher than the physical, the material. And for us, the purpose is mentioned in chapter 51, verse 19 of the Quran, which is, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. We have not created human beings and jinn except for that they may worship me. What is worship? It's the epitome, the higher point of sub.
And do you hear what he said? We have not created human and jinn except they should worship me. The same Quran that says we create some of the jinn and the human for the hellfire. Look, the Quran is a bunch of mess. We have not created the jinn and the human except that they worship me. But it's the same Quran that says we created the jinn and the human for hellfire. So there are some people who created with different purposes. And this is the stupidity of Islam. You know, let me show you guys. I want you guys to listen to what he says. And, you know, that's why you know that the Quran is not from nobody, but a man. And, what he just said there is just babble in a sense, because I keep telling them that Allah, or the author of the Quran, have two mouths. With one mouth, it is saying one thing and another is saying another thing. Let me show you. Ah, man. And I will show you hadith that support this too. You know, since we are, you know, we're going to show you hadith that support that stuff. We will show you an hadith that support that kind of stuff. Where is it? What is, okay, here we go. Surah 7, verse 197. And look what's come up when we put this in. Surah, S-U-R-A. So let me show you that you can trust the Quran. Nothing the Quran say, you can trust it. And to show that a person might say, oh, that's a mistranslation, I could use hadith to prove that stuff too, because the hadith and the Quran, where Mohammed said it in the hadith. So this is Surah 7, verse 179. And certainly we have created for El many of the jinn and mankind. So we created for El many of the jinn and mankind. We have created for El many of the jinn and mankind. And just to show you, let's look at this. Let's look at something. Okay, so if you look at this hadith right here, what you see here, it was narrated that Aisha, the mother of the believers, said, the messenger of Allah was called to the funeral of a child from among the Ansar. I said, O messenger of Allah, glad tidings for him. He is one of the little birds of paradise who never did evil or reached the age of doing evil, i.e. the age of accountability. He said, it may not be so, O Aisha, for Allah created people for paradise. He created them for it while they were still in their father's loins, and he has created people for hell. He created them for it while they were still in their father's loins, meaning that this child who is without sin did not reach the age of accountability, was created for hell, when they were still in their father's loin. So when the Quran says Allah created some of the so when you look at this verse right here that say Allah, we have certainly created for hell many of the jinns and mankind. Yeah, you see where the hadith is verifying that Allah create for hell people for hell. But if you listen to what Mohammed Hijab says, you will see the discrepancy in these kind of things. And this is why you know that there's something wrong. This is talking about salvation, and this is core doctrine of Islam, salvation. But you see that Muhammad could not even get the salvation thing straight. Can you hear what Mohammed Hijab say right here?
It's like, yeah.
No, I get you.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
For sure. I mean, like, you know, you were talking about the kind of, you were talking about the suffering. And obviously one of the major sufferings is the Holocaust. I was reading the book, The Meaningful Life, Viktor Frankl, I'm sure you're aware of it, where he then produced logotherapy and all these kind of things. And it goes back to what Nietzsche said, if you have a why, almost any how is possible,
Bearable.
Yeah, if you have a why, almost any how is possible. So it goes back to, everything goes back to purpose, logotherapy. Yeah, just, if you have a purpose, then everything is possible. That's why I think that you can do the best as a human species, yeah, in the human condition, if your purpose is transcendental. It's higher than the physical, the material. And for us, the purpose is mentioned in chapter 51, verse 19 of the Quran, which is, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. We have not created human beings and jinn except for that they may worship me. What is worship?
Do you see? You see the double mouth? You see the double mouth? We created man and jinn except for worship. But then there are some that is created for hellfire. Do you see that? Controversy, man. The big controversy of the Quran.
It's the epitome, the higher point of submission is the epitome of love as well.
Jonathan has an interesting
Americans who are over the age of 65 are getting a stimulus this week, but you can get it only if you
take on that too, that has to do with celebration, which I think is psychologically appropriate. Do you want to?
So the epitome of love is submission. Epitome of love for who? Do you see the difference between the Islamic God and the Christian God? The epitome of love, it seems like love goes one way. When it comes to the Islamic God, love goes only one way. So submission is love in Islam. Submission is love, and love for who? Love for who? Love really for who? Who is the love directing at when you submit? You're loving Allah, but would Allah love you only when you submit? It seems like. I don't know, because it's a crazy. When you're thinking about Allah, you think about something so crazy. Because Mohammed says, if you did not sin, Allah would replace you with people. Allah would wipe you out of the earth, and then He would replace you with people who would sin. So, you cannot really understand the nature of this God Allah. Like nothing about the nature of this God Allah you can understand, because Muhammad says, if you did not sin, Allah would sweep you out of existence. Literally, that's what Muhammad says. That if you didn't sin, Allah would sweep you out of existence, and then He would create people who would sin. So if you submit totally to Allah, Allah would have wiped you out of submission or out of existence. You did not. So this is kind of crazy, man. This is how you know something is wrong in this religion. Something is totally wrong in this religion. I just read this hadith for you. Because I want to see how dangerous this So the first one that I found says, the messenger of Allah said, were you not to sin, to commit sins, Allah would create people who would commit sin and ask for forgiveness, and He would forgive them. But that's not bad. Or if Allah would leave you alone, and create some people who would sin and he would forgive them. But why would Allah create people who would sin if you didn't sin? Doesn't even make no sense. But listen to this. Listen, this is the one that you have to look into serious. This one is crazy. Sweep, S-W-E-E-P-U. Okay. This is the one that is crazy. Abu Huraira reported, Allah Messenger, may peace be upon him, having said, by him in whose hand is my life, if you were not to commit sin, Allah would sweep you out of existence, and he would replace you by those people who would commit sin and seek forgiveness from Allah, and he would pardon them. So Allah create you, according to Mohammed Hijab, Allah create you to worship him, you know, but if you didn't sin, he would sweep you out of existence. Wow. What a beautiful, beautiful religion. Do you see, man? This is dangerous. This is dangerous. And this is Sahih Muslim 2749. Isn't this beautiful religion? The reason that Allah created you is to worship him. And if you have worshipped him without sinning, he would wipe you out of existence. Can you trust Allah? No, you can't. Allah is not to be trusted. Oh, wow. What a beautiful God this God is. I would polish him. I would put him on my dresser like a figurine. Polish him like a figurine and put him on my dress. The only thing I would do with Allah, polish him like a figurine and put him on my dress. Put him in my collection somewhere in a basement. Because, man, he's funny as hell. He says, if you didn't sin, he said, I create you to worship me. The man and the jinn to worship me. The man and the devil to worship me. I create the man and the devil to worship me. But then he says, if you didn't sin, where did Muhammad get that from? He says, Allah tell him that if you didn't sin, he would wipe you out of existence. Allah sapala talapala. Man, what kind of God is this, man? What kind of God? A two-mouth God.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but it's something I've been struggling to understand more. I've attended some Orthodox ceremonies with Jonathan and also on my own, and he's very perspicacious when it comes to describing the role of both worship and ritual, and so there's an element. Anyways, I'll let you continue with that.
No, I agree. I agree that worship is also the manner in which we bind together, right? And so without something we celebrate together, then we don't. And so we have different levels of what we celebrate. You know, we can celebrate in our families, the things that bind us, but ultimately.
But you know what is missing? When Mohammed Hijab said the ultimate love, we don't even see any resistance or counteraction for what he's saying, because I don't think both of these brothers understand Islam too much, because the ultimate love is God's love, and the kind of love, until we experience God's love, we have not experienced love. So the ultimate love is not submission, because we have to experience God's love before we can submit to God. You see what I'm saying? So when they say the ultimate love is submission, no. The ultimate love is God showing us his love. And in Christianity, we see the ultimate love. The ultimate love. And because of this ultimate love that God showed us, in return, because we have the image of God, so in return for this ultimate love, but God, we didn't do nothing for God. We haven't done anything for God for him to show us love. He showed us love because he's our Father. So because he showed us love, because he's our Father, because he first loved us, we didn't just, it seems like in Islam, you first must love Allah. Because if you notice what he says in the hadith is damaging. He says, if you were not to sin, Allah would sweep you out of existence. So if you're obedient to Allah without sinning, Allah would sweep you out of existence, and he would replace you by those who would sin. So he would replace you with people who are ungrateful to him. And notice what? Then he require you to seek forgiveness. So he require what? You begging him. Not you being submissive to him, but you begging him. Because the God of Islam need attention. Not the kind of attention that a parent or a son should pay to their parent. That real affectionate submission, in the sense of you should always be obedient to your parent if your parent is good to you. Always. I'm not saying your bad parents that you're not going to be obedient to your bad parent. It depends on what your parents is telling you to do, because you have bad parents who tell their kids to do bad things. But I'm telling you, good parents, which our Father in heaven is a good Father. And our Father in heaven would never wipe us out of existence if we were not to sin. No, he doesn't want us to sin. And he wouldn't replace us with people who would sin, because sin is an enemy to our Father in heaven. It is because of sin he had to send his son to die for us because of sin. And that is the love. So we were sinners and deserve to die, because his law says the wages of sin is death. The day you eat from this fruit, the day you sin, you shall die. But because and a lot of Muslims will say, oh, they didn't die that day. The Bible says a day in prophecy is like 1,000 years. They did die within 1,000 years. In the Bible, you can't find one person who lived 1,000 years. Not one person who lived 1,000 years. So they did die within that prophetic day. You know, the prophetic day, they die within that day. Anyway, but all of us are supposed to die without any hope of life, because we are all sinners. But what happened is this: because God so loved us, even in our sinful state, he first loved us before we love him. He's thinking about us when we are not thinking about him. And he provides a source for us to live, even when we deserve to die. In Islam, look what happened. You submit yourself to Allah and you never sin, and Allah would kill you. Allah would wipe you out of existence. And then look what he says, and replace you by those or with those people who would commit sin. So substitute you. Allah would substitute the sinless for the sinful. And when somebody say Jesus died for your sin, the clowns say, no, he can't. No, he can't. You can't replace. You can't replace this the sinful. This you can't replace this the sinful with the sinless. The sinless cannot take your place. But look what happened. But the sinful can replace the sinless. What a religion. What a beautiful, beautiful religion. I'm going to make the last final point. There's something here, Mimi Hijab say, that I want you guys to get.
Ultimately, that has to reach all the way up into something which is beyond.
I think that's actually very powerful, you know. And in fact, the very first lines of the Quran is Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, which is all praise and thanks belong to God, Lord of the worlds. All praise and all thanks. And this is a kind of celebration. This is a kind of praise. It's, you know, we agree that praising God at the highest level, celebrating God.
And the funny, he said the first what? This is what he says.
Which is all praise and thanks. Which is
ultimately that has to reach all the way up into something which is beyond.
I think that's actually very powerful, you know. And in fact, the very first lines of the Quran is Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, which is.
Do you see that? The first line of the Quran that he's actually even telling these people, according to Ibn Masud, one of the 4 people, I think it's Ibn Masud, one of the 4 people that Muhammad said to learn the Quran from. If I get it right, I think it's Ibn Masud who say that's not a part of the Quran. And when you read it, it don't sound like a part of the Quran either. It don't. It doesn't sound like a part of the Quran because it sounds like a third-party person, somebody else, outside source is giving praises to this God. It don't sound like something that this God would say, you know, and that's the craziness about it. That's the craziness about that.
All praise and thanks belong to God, Lord of the worlds. All praise and all thanks. And
so who is saying that? Allah? If Allah is saying that all praise and thanks belong to God, Lord of the world, who is Allah? Allah is saying all praise and thanks belong to God, Lord of the world. This doesn't make any sense. And this is why I think it's Ibn Masud who said that's not a part of the Quran.
And this is a kind of celebration. This is a kind of praise. It's, you know, we agree that praising God at the highest level, celebrating God. I mean, the word hallelujah.
Well, I would say in some sense, if we're doing that, well,
He's praising God at the highest sense. Allah praising himself. All praises to Allah, Lord of the world. Who is that speaking?
There were some comments at the beginning about the importance of music. And you opened this event with music, and I've been beginning to open my events with music. And part of the reason that that's very much worthwhile and has to do with this drum beat that underlies everything is that music is a manifestation of something like the joyful spirit of harmonious play. And it's not semantic, right? It grips you and it sets the tone.
I've heard you say something before about this. You said that music was impervious to refutation.
It's impervious to rational. The meaning of music is impervious to rational criticism.
Yeah, I think that was a very powerful way of putting it.
It's something, man. It's something to know. You know, and so with musical.
I thought music was aram. What kind of music? Allah music.
Manner in which the Quran is presented, a major part of that is the music, and the music speaks. We know the music speaks of layers of patterned harmony, and you talked about the individualism of the West.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a flaw in that particularized conception that needs to be addressed by something that's more approximating a communitarian ethos. And I think you can understand that relationship to music because, look, to some degree, the three of us can sit on stage and everyone in the audience, we can be comfortable at the moment psychologically.
Yes.
So we're not too anxious and we're kind of engaged because there's a certain degree of playful harmony that we've established.
Especially with him now.
Yeah.
The thing is, a lot of people don't know, it's like, you got to be careful with music. You got to be careful with music too. You know, even though you can worship God with music, you have to be careful with music because the devil can enter through music. To be real with you, because you know when I say the devil can enter through music, is what is the music saying? What is the music about? So even though music is joyful, is the music praising God? You know, you go to some church and you hear they play the guitar, that actually the guitar is singing the song. You could tell which song the guitar is singing. Literally, I've been there before where I heard a guitarist play. Several times I've been to church and the guitarist play, and you could hear the song that they're playing and know that the guitar is praising God. You could hear the organ play and know that the organ is praising God because you could tell what song the organ is singing. The organ is not just playing for without purpose. It's actually, you could tell what song it's singing, especially guitars. And organ, you could tell, and pianos, you could tell what song fit that music. But the guitar itself, you could tell that the guitar is actually speaking. You could almost hear the words of the guitar. So you know that the guitar is praising God Almighty because you know what the guitar is saying. But a lot of times, you could be saying all kind of nonsense. Music could be saying all kind of nonsense. And because it's in church, you believe it's okay. And just like the Quran is like music, but it's a nonsensical music. So if you are only into music, then you are drawn by these things. But if you are into the reality of what the music is saying to you, like, for example, when you hear this one Bob Marley song, even though it's secular music, from the minute of the song started, you know what the song is gonna be about because you know what this music is built on. No Woman, No Cry. That's one of my favorite songs ever. You know why? Because it's not saying anything evil. It's telling you about life, and it's telling a woman not to cry. Everything is gonna be all right. It's better than the Quran because it's not telling you to beat your wife and to make her cry. It's telling you, no woman, no cry. Everything is gonna be all right. So those are the kind of music, as a person who believes in God, your mind should gravitate to these kind of music. You know? Bob Marley have another song. He said, I want to love you and treat you right. Talking about his wife, you know, your woman, you know? Every day and every night, I want to love you and treat you right. Those are the kind of music, when it comes to secular kind of music, that you should gravitate to. But when you listen to the Quran, if somebody's singing Surah 4, verse 34 to you, and it's so melodious, but it's telling you to beat your wife. Do you see that? And somebody singing, and you're a Muslim, and you're singing Surah 9, verse 29, that is telling you to fight people and to hurt people. And you are singing Surah 8, verse 39, that's telling you to cut off people's neck and fingertip. Surah 12, Surah 8, verse 12. Do you see? That's why I'm telling you, music, you have to, it's not about being infatuated and feeling mushy when you're listening to music. What is the message of the music? So even though Bob Marley was a weed smoking Jamaican, and I am not a weed smoking Jamaican, but No Woman No Cry, I will listen to it every day. What's the other one? I Wanna Love You and Treat You Right. I can't even remember the real title of the song, but I will listen to that every day because I want to love my wife. I want to treat her right, and I don't want no woman to cry. I don't. So those are meaningful music to me. And Buju Banton, even though he gets into his trouble and he smoke weed too, I listen to the Buju Banton. I have a close one yesterday, and Jah put out the angel over me. Be strong, all a firm meditation. One day things must get better. I'll listen to that because it's meaningful. Meaningful music that makes sense. But music can be the worst thing you ever introduce in your life.
So it's
there's some my dark secrets about
there's some
violence.
fractiousness, right?
Yes.
But we're able to integrate that, and so that means we can remain calm. And so one of the things that indicates is that part of our ability to remain calm and focused is dependent on social integration. So you have to ask yourself, well, could you be sane if your marriage was insane? Could you be sane if your relationship with your children was too fractious? Could you be sane if you had no friends? If you didn't integrate yourself into the community and maybe the state and then maybe a higher vision? And as far as I can...
Oh, wow. That's kind of like a dub plate right there. Could a Muslim be sane if they don't integrate into the community and be mindful of their community? Do you see? While he believe he got Jordan got him wrapped around his finger. Anyway, my people, I want to say peace out, man, and God bless you all, man. I've been going at this, but I'm gonna have a video coming about Uthman ibn Farouk tomorrow because I've seen something that he done, and I want to talk about Uthman ibn Farouk tomorrow. I really want to get into this, but I think this was something that we should look into, because we have some people creeping into and pretending as if they are Christian, and I think Jordan Peterson is one of them, and he's dangerous to Christianity because Christianity is not conformation or conforming to the world. Christianity is something that Jesus plucked out of the world, because Jesus' kingdom is not of this world, and he told his disciples, you are not of this world. So Christianity is not of this world, so we should not be transformed to the things of this world. But we find out that this is what Jordan Peterson wants Christian to be transformed to a thing where they get along in a sense of not the way the Messiah wants us to get along with groups like Islam. The Messiah don't want us to be conformed to Islam or one book with Islam, as Jordan Peterson says. What the Messiah need us to do, is to teach against Islam and to live a higher standard than Islam, to live a standard above Islam, and to teach against Islam. That's what the Messiah wants us to do, not to be conformed to this stupidity called Islam. Because when you look at it, the God of Islam doesn't make sense. So how can the people who follow this God make sense? Well, it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense at all. Sorry I did not involve more of comment in today's, it was so much I want to say. Oh, my brother say, mine is wait in vain. That's the same song, my brother. You know, I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. Oh, that's a different song. Yeah, that's a nice one too. Oh, could you be loved? That's it, my brother. Could you be loved? Could you be loved and be loved? That's a good song, bro. That don't have no evil in it. No evil at all. That's why I said there's a thing about Bob Marley that I don't know what happened to him before he died, but there was a love in Bob Marley that was good. It was a good kind of love. I don't know if, you know, he gave up on that Rasta business before he died and took the right path. I don't know, but I hope he did, you know. Is this love? That is it. Yeah. Yep. Could you be loved? Look at my brother, Great Commission. My brother, you know reggae music, man. Anyway, my people, God bless you all, man. I'm out of here, and I want to say all praises to the triune God, the God who is above all gods, the God who gives us wisdom to decipher things and to make sense of sensible things and to make nonsense of things that are nonsense. And Islam is nothing but pure, hypocritical nonsense. So peace out, my brothers, and God bless you all, man. And keep it 100% Jesus while you walk out there. You'll be safe whether you live or die. I'm trying to end this thing and it won't end. I don't know why. I'm trying to end this thing and it won't end. I don't know why. I don't know why. I'm trying to end it, but it won't end. I don't know why. No woman, no cry. No, no woman. Alrighty. So something is going on in the world, man. It won't end. So let's see what could be the problem. It won't end, it won't end, it won't end. I don't know why. I don't know why, I don't know why.